and Twitch. We couldn't get it to Periscope because it got more expensive when you go to Periscope.
Haters.
More streams. Yeah, haters. I mean, we're technically we're on right now. I don't think we're like actually on, but we're on.
We out here, baby. We out here.
2 minutes to showtime.
Come on, stop playing with us. We out here.
Hey, I knew I had to put a scarf on, man. I saw.
I see you.
You see, you got the bubble jacket on like it's 30 degrees in your house. That's my house, man. It's cold in my house today.
Yeah, man. So it is freezing in my house for whatever reason. Typically, it's very warm. I don't know what it is. But it's not say freezing. It's just a little chillier than usual.
Mm-hmm.
But I've been outside, been doing some stuff. It's cold outside, man. I need to get a new beanie too, because the ones I got,
bald head get cold.
It gets very cold. So yeah, we out here, but the scarf is just looking elegant right now. It's like a real Serge Ibaka right now.
You know who it is though? No, it's Hassan Whiteside. Hassan he did his media thing yesterday. And I assume it was the hotel room in Orlando because him and Luke had like the same cheesy paintings behind him. But he had like the Kings team issued apparel with like a big old scarf wrapped around his neck. And I was like, that's
I'm pulling it up now. I hadn't seen that, but I'm pulling it up now.
Oh yeah, go check out Hassan yesterday. Like, all right, that works.
I gotta see what he working with, man.
45 seconds till showtime. 45 seconds till showtime. It takes forever this to populate. Like we've got to start the live stream.
I see him.
Yeah,
I see him.
See?
That reminds me of a little Jim Jones used to in Dipset, they used to wear the scarves like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what that reminds me. Hey, looking man. You know what? That's one of the holes in my game. I gotta get my scarf game up.
Bro, my scarf game is strong. My scarf game is so strong.
Southwest legendary self-made progress last time that I checked.
And we in here, baby. Show number 111. It's D-Lo and KC here on this Wednesday. Damian Barling, Kenny Caraway with you for the next 4 hours.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yes, indeed. Kings basketball is back tonight, so we decided, hey, let's just stick around. We'll be with you from 12 to 3, talking all the normal stuff. Of course, we'll talk a lot of Kings basketball. Jason Anderson's going to join us at the bottom of this hour. We'll talk some NFL. Aaron Rodgers, he said he can't see a reason why he's not back in Green Bay, and yet after very mild investigative work, we found about 10 million of them. We'll explain. The Hall of Fame continues to make a joke of itself. We'll touch on that stuff. And then Courtside begins. 60 minutes of Kings talk, leading you all the way up to the Kings.
The Kings are back, Damian. They're back. Yeah, it's been a minute.
It feels like it at a season that's had like this frantic pace to it. It certainly feels like the Kings haven't played forever. It was their Friday night win against your other beloved, the New York Knicks, in a defensive slugfest. And I guess you could call it a defensive slugfest. I don't know what else you would call it. A quick mention as we get started here and dive into the Kings. We're live on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. The video stream is live. Just a couple of housekeeping notes we want to throw at you. So if you want to watch along, you can. It's not going to be perfect. I'm going to warn you that right now. It's not going to be flawless, and we'll explain the issues during our first commercial break. And by the way, this is going to be 4 straight hours of talk on the stream because that's what we do. Like, we'll just be here, and the conversation will continue. So if you want to watch along and have some fun with us, jump in the comment section. You certainly can. Do want to mention, too, the podcast is available for the first time on Apple Podcast, Spotify, Google Play. In addition to radio.com and all of the places that you got it before, it's available on Apple Podcasts and your favorite podcast service.
Let's go.
Okay. I see you excited. Well, let's go because Kings basketball is back tonight. And, we questioned on Friday leading into that Knicks game, can defense be dictated? Like, we see teams run, we see teams trying to get in sprints, we see teams trying to get in shootouts. You saw that with the Rockets for the last couple of years. Teams that would normally shoot, 15, 16 threes would play the Rockets and they'd wind up shooting like 29. You would see absurd numbers like that. And we questioned headed into Friday night's game against the best defense in the league. Can defense be dictated? Can the Kings actually slow their pace down and play a defensive game with the New York Knicks? And I'd argue the game was played exactly as the New York Knicks wanted it to be played, but the Kings made the plays in the fourth quarter that ultimately got them that win.
Yeah, I mentioned it on Friday, and I said the Knicks, they're going to walk the ball up. They're going to run their offense all the way through and not going to be no quick shots. And if the Kings wanted to dictate the pace, they'd have to get stops and then get out and run. And they did that from time to time, but you never really saw that take fold until the last 4 or 5 minutes of the game. Mm-hmm. And that's when it started to open up. They started to get stops, get out in the open court and get shots that way. So I feel like it's a little easier for teams that like to slow down the pace, like the Knicks, like the Magic. It might be a preview of Kenny Keys. All right. That are struggling with their offense. It's a little easier for them to dictate the pace initially, but that leaves teams like the Sacramento Kings who like to play with pace, that leaves them with an opportunity to get one stop. That's all you need. You're not going to get a team that's going to crash the boards and try to accelerate and push the pace and do. You're not going to get all that. All you got to do is play defense for 24 seconds, get that rebound, and then you can dictate getting up and down the floor. So they were able to do it on Friday. Are they able to do it today is going to be the big key.
And that's the big key. Really, that's the big question is, can this carry over? Because, I would pose this question to you. We talked since, that stretch of Dave Yeager basketball about pace, run, push. Everybody saying nice things about us. Dwayne Wade is tired. Eric Spoelstra said something nice. Greg Popovich said something nice. Just push.
Yeah.
Where, okay, well, they did. They were doing it this year. But the problem was they were giving up more points than they were scoring. They were scoring a lot of points. Prior to Friday's game, I think they were the top 10 in the league. I think they were 10th in the league in offense. The problem is they were last in the league in defense. And so
by a lot.
maybe pushing the pace isn't the answer for this team. Luke Walton's been asked on numerous occasions, like, how can you keep the team from scoring so much? And he would say, well, we could slow the pace down, but we don't want to do that. Is it possible that the answer is to kind of slow things down a little bit?
So it could be, but here's where I think about the personnel that they have. And if you slow it down and you get more in a half-court situation, aside from De'Aaron Fox, I don't think they have guys that can create their own shot in a one-on-one situation. And that's where you may find yourself if you tend to slow it down a little bit. You got guys that are going to have to go rogue, so to speak, go outside the offense and create a shot. And they just don't have that. Buddy Hield's not that guy. Rashawn Holmes isn't that guy. Harrison Barnes in a post-up situation, maybe, he can create his own shot, but he's not really that guy. Out on the perimeter, he's not doing that. Marvin Bagley's not there yet. So it's really just De'Aaron Fox. So when you want to slow it down, that's going to mean the shots are going to become tougher to come by, and it's going to be more difficult looks. And I think for this unit, it's best for them to get up and down the floor. Rashawn Holmes running the floor. Marvin Bagley running the floor. Buddy Hield in transition on pull-ups. I think it's better for this team. So you could slow it down, but I don't know if they have the personnel to do that and be effective.
Okay, that brings up another problem. Then they don't have the personnel to stop their opponents defensively.
This is true. And
so are we in a case of like pick your poison?
It kind of pick your poison, but if you want to slow it, down and get the pace down, a little further, to what you said, they have to match for. They're not gonna play like the Knicks and be like, okay, well, this is gonna be a defensive battle. We're gonna go stop for stop here. They don't have that. They don't have a rim protector, and they don't have the what I like to say, the collision and the physicality on the perimeter to stop teams in the half court offense. So yeah, kind of pick your poison. And I think the best for them would be try to push the pace and try and play a little better defense on the defensive end.
Okay. There's a lot to dissect right there, by the way, with what you just said. There's a lot to break apart. Thankfully, we've got 4 hours to do all of that.
We got time, baby.
Hassan Whiteside, who is the inspiration, by the way, for those who are watching. He's the inspiration behind the scarf today. He was rocking a scarf with his Kings issued apparel during his Zoom meeting yesterday. He's back. He's healthy. I think he's ready to go. Do you think he's back in the rotation? Like Metu was played pretty well. There's these like weird rumors circulating about, youth movement and getting new guys opportunities, and perhaps that's why Nemanja Bjelica isn't playing. Belly's not playing tonight. He's been ruled out because of back spasms, because of nothing else, no personal issues mentioned. He's listed as having back spasms, so he's ruled out tonight. So
the one thing you can't detect.
Yeah. Jason Anderson has been on top of this story for a couple of days now. Jason Anderson is going to join us at the bottom of the hour, but I assume Hassan Whiteside gets right back into the lineup tonight, yeah?
Yeah, he has to. They miss Hassan Whiteside. I said it. They miss Hassan Whiteside.
Well, they missed Hassan Whiteside for 10 minutes.
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
But they're going to wear down Rashawn Holmes if he's your only interior presence on the defensive end all game long. Metsu's playing well, but he's not. I don't look at him as a deterrent to anybody in the paint. And Rashawn Holmes plays hard, plays his ass off, but he's still undersized against certain bigs. You know what I mean? Like, he's 6'10", I guess, maybe 6'11", but against a Jokic, against a Nurkic, he's against maybe a Vujicic. He's given up 20, sometimes 30 pounds, and that's going to wear him down. And then you got him playing 38 minutes a night. I think Hassan needs a little more than 10 minutes. Maybe you're looking at about 15 minutes. And what he gives to you defensively inside, that shot blocking presence, that deterrent at the rim, I think they miss that. They need that.
I'm curious. I have what Hassan Whiteside's highest minute output this year has been, because I wonder if
I want to say it's in the 20s.
I was going to say
a lot
maybe
at one point.
Did he? I don't remember ever. Maybe I feel like maybe he hit 20, but if he did, he probably hit it once. I feel like he was regularly playing like 10 to 12 minutes, when he was in there, which I don't mean to diminish that. Like, his time on the floor is important, especially with what he does around the rim on the defensive side of the ball. And the Kings need to be better defensively. And if Hassan Whiteside can anchor that, then that's great. They absolutely need it.
You're right. He had 24 minutes against Portland, the blowout loss against Portland. He played 24. Other than that,
that was it,
18,
right?
Yeah, 18 against Denver, 15 against Phoenix, 10 the second time against Phoenix, 13 against Denver the second time. So it was around, if I had to guess, I'm not a math major, but the average is probably around 15 minutes.
And I'm not arguing. Yeah, I'm not arguing or advocating or pushing for Hassan Whiteside to play more minutes. I think somewhere in that range is probably perfect for him, and I think he's really effective, particularly on the defensive end when he's in there in those show spurts. And those spurts can give Rashawn Holmes the rest that he needs, and give Marvin Bagley the rest that he needs, or however they choose to work that rotation. But Whiteside back in the lineup. Some notes on Marvin Bagley as well from Luke Walton yesterday, and Luke was asked about Marvin's wrist and kind of how he was doing, and I guess it's a situation, according to Luke Walton, Marvin Bagley's he's probably just going to be playing through pain for a while, and it's not like you can rest your wrist, you know what I mean? No. It's not like your wrist is involved in every play.
Right. So
my number, I have been anxiously waiting to get to the number 21, the amount of consecutive games that Marvin Bagley has played without injury, in his career. The most he has played in a row is 21 games. We're headed into game number 17 tonight.
It's almost there, man.
I really want to get to game number 22. I want to get to 22 and beyond, but when Luke said that yesterday, it was now it certainly plays different. Hey, Marvin's, wrist is aggravating him a little bit. He's going to rest this game. He'll be back in the lineup for, Tuesday's matchup or whatever the next game is. That's certainly one thing. Then, Marvin ripped his thumb ligament and he's out for the next 8 weeks. I understand these are two entirely different conversations, but I really want to see him to get to game number 22.
Yes, absolutely. I'd love to see him get to game 32, right?
Game 82.
Yeah.
Whenever an 82 game season returns, of course.
Yeah, and we talked about it last week a little bit, and I had to give him a shout out because he's been playing hurt for a little while now. It seemed like, and he's gotten through it.
Yeah.
He's gotten through it, and a lot of people had him, being porcelain and being soft and all this other stuff. And I know that's probably factoring into him not taking any time off, but he's gotten it out. So shout out to Marvin Bagley and get well soon. Like you said, you can't rehab, a sprained wrist. Like it's going to hurt for a little while. And you got to gut it out. And that's what he's doing.
Let's step out and come back. Jason Anderson's going to be with us at 12:30. We're live on Twitch, Facebook, and YouTube. Of course, we're live on radio.com and here on ESPN 1320. We're with you all the way till 4 o'clock. You heard that right. 4 hours of D-Lo and KC today. We're just getting started here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. All right, so we're clear on the radio. So we mentioned, for those who are watching on the live stream, that Kenny and I and our producer Jesse, we're kind of putting this all together ourselves, so we don't quite have the technical help that you would hope for. So when we talk to Jason Anderson in about 15 minutes, you're not going to be able to hear it on the live stream. So I recognize how problematic that is, and I apologize, but we haven't. With Kenny's setup at home, my setup at home, and then us kind of relaying back to the studio, we haven't gotten it set up to where you can hear like calls, where you can hear like sound, and in Jason's case, where you can hear the guest on the live stream. So sorry, I know it's kind of lame.
Work with us, just work with us.
We really do. What we really wanted to do was try some things out, like tomorrow. When Deuce and Mo join us. Deuce and Mo join us on the video stream, as does Marshall Harris. So you'll be able to see those, like you'll hear those guys and see them, and we'll do that on the live stream. But whenever we do something remotely, like on the phone, you're not going to be able to hear it. So that's the only part of these kind of early tests on the live streams that we just really haven't figured out yet.
Yeah, man, and that's just right now. It's just right now. It ain't always going to be like that. As soon as we, get our technical guys to take care of business with us a little bit here and work with us, then everything will go smooth. But in the baby stages and the end stages, you guys just bear with us for a little bit. We appreciate you.
Yeah, we're probably getting closer to live streaming every day. We may even be at the point where we can live stream every day. But there's that one tiny little hiccup. So sorry about that. And you get to see all of the stuff we do during commercial breaks, like getting to all of these like social media channels and trying to share, like that the live stream is on, and sharing that to Facebook and we couldn't go. So the funny thing with Periscope was, like with StreamYard, which is what we're using, it's like our company account. I guess we signed up for the tier that allowed you to do 3 streams at a time. So we chose Twitch because we're trying to grow that channel because we think there's a lot of potential there. YouTube for the same reason. Yeah. Facebook because there's a lot of people there. And when I went to click on Twitter/Periscope, it was like, oh, you need to upgrade your plan.
Wow.
Come on, man.
That's real hater issue of you, Twitter. Well, Periscope. I'm not gonna blame Twitter, but Periscope. Come on, man, stop hating on us. Why we gotta upgrade our plan?
Well, no, it was actually we need to upgrade our plan on StreamYard to get to the. What we could do is we could jump off of Facebook and go to Twitter and see how see if the world likes us over there on Periscope.
Man, that's tough because generally in life I ignore Facebook, but I mean I guess I'm in a minority. Like a lot of stuff happens on Facebook. I'm never on Facebook.
Me neither. Most of the stuff that goes to Facebook is, I didn't even have access to the 1140. The 1140. I probably still have access to the 1140 Facebook page.
They
somewhere.
had access to you.
I didn't even have access to the 1320 Facebook page until like 3 days ago. Because I don't use it. Like I'm supposed to but I never use Facebook. And it's like, no, you got to. Like there's people there. There's a ton of people there. You got to use it.
Yeah, there's definitely a ton of people on Facebook, and I'm just not there. I'm not there.
It ain't me. We're coming back. You see Kenny Caraway on the live stream. That's him every day. He's not showing out for the. He's not showing out just because there's actually people watching.
The beats coming in so hard. Boy, the beats come in hard. Uptown vibes. Woo.
That's what he does every day. As the Twitch community is acknowledging, we've got the freshest dressed radio personalities here on ESPN 13.
And somebody asked why we're dressed like we're in a snowstorm. Well, look here. I understand, but as Michael Irvin once said, that cold weather sure is cold.
Yeah, the eloquent words of the playmaker there, one Michael Irvin. Jason Anderson said to join us here. I actually like Michael Irvin. Jason Anderson said to join us at 12:30.
No, but I never thought I would have said that as like 10-year-old Kenny. But I love Michael Irvin. The playmaker is the man.
He's fun, man, and he talks and he sweats and all of his stuff. I know you're a big.
And he Beijing blacks his hair.
Oh, and his beard, like the whole deal. And it's. See, you don't go to the barber anymore. Do you get spray on your beard?
No.
Does your barber spray anything on your beard?
No, I do my beard.
Oh, you do it? Okay, big time. All right.
Yeah.
I see you.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's good. Like, I think a barber probably. I've gone to my man June. Shout out to my man June, Duke brand. And he cuts Reese's hair, and he's lined up my beard sometimes too. But I do my beard like once a week, so I don't go to the barber once a week. So I just it's easier that way.
I used to go to the barber once a week. That was a long time ago that I went to the barber once a week. Feels like an eternity ago.
That's when you staying fresh to death, though. If you going to the barber once a week,
you got to though. Like you got to, especially as your hairline starts to change. You need your barber to keep it clean so it don't start to look strange. Then I found
here comes the money. Okay. Here comes the money.
Shane O'Mac.
money.
We're live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Make sure you follow us on all of those platforms. We're going to have so much content there for you, particularly on Twitch, YouTube, and of course on radio.com/ESPN 1320. Jason Anderson said to join us here in a few minutes. Kings are back in action tonight. We're with you for the next 4 hours, so you don't even have to go anywhere before tip. We'll get you ready for these East Coast games super easy.
Chill.
The Orlando Magic, they're an interesting squad. They're 8-10 right now. They started out 4-0. I think they were as good as 6-2.
Mm-hmm. And
then it got a little rocky for them. They had guys, coming in and out of injuries, and honestly, 8-2. That's kind of where I expect them to hover around this mark all year, which is, I think that they, a lot like you think about the Sacramento Kings, a lot like many of us think about the Sacramento Kings, I believe. They got a good roster. I think Orlando has a good roster.
Mm-hmm.
There's just, I don't know if they need a piece to bring it all together. I don't know if they're missing like a dynamic superstar. I don't know if it's Steve Clifford. I don't know what it is, but I feel like the parts are there to form. I mean, in that conference, it's really difficult right now because this is a star-studded Eastern Conference. But to have a competitive team, like I think Orlando has that.
Yeah, they definitely have a competitive team. I think if I had to look at their roster and look at what maybe they're missing, they're probably missing a dynamic guard, right? And I like Cole Anthony. They got Terrence Ross coming off the bench, but they don't have that guy at the point guard or the shooting guard position. Evan Fournier, I mean, he's a lot better than I used to give him credit for. He can play, but he's not dynamic that way. And I think that's what they're missing, because you look at Vujicic in the middle, you got Aaron Gordon. Those two guys right there can get buckets, right?
Mm-hmm.
They can get it done, but they have to be set up by whoever the point guard is. And it's sad that Markelle Fultz went down the way he was, because he was looking like he was turning into that number one pick that we all thought he was. Well, he was a number one pick, but that he could be.
That he was going to live up to that hype, yeah.
Yeah, and they kind of lost that.
That's tough. I mean, he really was playing well. And you know what I love about Orlando, and I'm going to look forward to this twice a year, is every time you say Vujicic's name, you say it differently.
Really?
That's it's I think you had Vujicic, I can't remember what you said yesterday, but it was something different, and I love that. Like, it's fantastic.
It's Vujicic.
Nikola Vujicic.
Vujicic. Like Shaq said, One of those itches. What do you say on Inside the NBA?
Let's get Manny here real quick because Jason Anderson is going to join us here at 12:30. Manny, what's good, baby?
Oh man, it's crazy, man. Last night was crazy, and I woke up to a fence on the ground in my backyard. So I could be doing better, but it could be worse.
Looking like a fool with your fence on the ground.
Oh man,
man. Yeah. 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 No, like, well, I mean, that's what Orlando was last year, right? Weren't they the 8th seed last year?
They see the last 2 years, I think.
Yeah.
Maybe they were the 7th seed the year before that.
They're right there. Yeah, they're right there. It's just like what needs to bring them together. And there's all this talk about, Aaron Gordon, like what would they, are they going to wind up moving him? And it's a unique team. But one thing I know, and Manny, we appreciate you as always, man. Be safe.
Yes, sir. Yeah, man.
As a matter of fact, that message goes to everybody today, man. I took my two girls for the briefest of walks. Bro, there's branches, trees, fence paraphernalia. Like the streets is a mess.
It is a mess. It really was crazy last night. Like really crazy. And you know me, I was up late last night, and I think the worst part was around midnight or 1 a.m. And yeah, it was crazy. Crazy.
Yeah, it kept wake like I wasn't awake at midnight. Like, but I kept waking up to it. Like I would hear it, and I think when I finally went to bed, it was like there were the first reports of like 61-mile-an-hour winds, and it's like, yo, wait a minute. Yeah. Where are we? Like, what is happening? Like this, we ain't about that life.
You seen Mark Jones, play-by-play announcer? He tweeted out a couple of times. He's like, "Yo, this is Miami type stuff. I thought I got away from all this, man." So yeah, it was crazy. Everybody be safe.
Yeah. One thing that you don't have to question with Orlando, we can question what they're missing to become they're a top 8 team, really 8th. But they're a 7, 8, 9 category. Like, what are they missing to maybe take a small like ascension and be potentially a 5, 6 team? I don't think they can get much higher with the way that this Eastern Conference is shaken out. But one thing that they don't lack is toughness.
No, it's a tough team.
This is a team. Yeah, I mean, they fight and they fight on a nightly basis. And I know that's something that you share frustrations with regarding the Kings, I feel like, on a daily basis.
Yeah, man. I mean, the Kings, I think one of the biggest things missing from them, and that could take them to another level, is a level of consistent toughness. Like, we see flashes of it, so we know it's there. And I'm always on here talking about put somebody on the ground or whatever. It doesn't necessarily have to be that. But there's too many times when I just think there's no resistance to what the other team wants to do on both sides of the floor. Offensively, they dictate what they're doing to you and force you into maybe a turnover or a soft shot or something like that. And defensively, they get where they want to get. And Orlando doesn't allow that. And I've said numerous times, we've agreed, we're not crazy about Memphis, but I've also looked at Memphis as a team that is a carbon copy of the Kings and vice versa. The difference between the two is Memphis is tough. They grind, they grit and grind like they're like it has been a staple of their franchise for a number of years now. And I feel like the Kings, if they can get a consistent level of toughness and physicality to them, that will go a long way to them reaching their goals of where they want to go as a franchise. But until they get that there and people say it's the coach or whatever, maybe it is. I don't really think it isn't, because if you got rid of Luke Walton here, there's guys that they be going on their third, fourth coach, and it's been the same issues. So I don't even know if it's necessarily Luke Walton, but some guys in their DNA, have to figure out, hey, I've got to change how I'm going about some things. And I'd like to see it. I'd love to see it.
Well, I go back to it's great to bring that up. Jason Jones, the last time he was with us, he's like, if Luke is the problem, like that's fine. But at what point is it no longer the coaching staff? At what point do you look at players who are going on their third coach and go, hey, this is a problem like with you? And I think there's a lot to dive into with this particular topic,
Right.
because we keep looking at what's depending on what conversations you choose to engage in, be it on social media or in person. There are people like, oh, this year doesn't matter. Oh, this year doesn't matter. It's about evaluating, and it's about developing the young talent. And it's like, okay, like what young talent are we talking about? We're not talking about De'Aaron. De'Aaron, I mean, you want De'Aaron to continue to get better, but De'Aaron's development has already got him the biggest contract that he can get here at this point, or it certainly has the potential to get him the biggest contract that he's eligible to make.
Yeah.
We've done that part already. You want Marvin to stay healthy and be on the floor, and then you can evaluate what you have there. And then you've got Tyrese. I don't think Tyrese is in evaluate mode. Tyrese is in develop mode. Tyrese is to, kind of in that stage of like, well, let's make him a pro. Let's get to that point. But past that, like, what are we talking about?
That's
we ain't
it.
talking about nobody else.
That's really it. I mean, Jemias Ramsey, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
but
I mean,
we developing him in Stockton when we can, not in the NBA.
Yeah, and again, that's, I know we've expressed this before. That's the frustrating part about the G League is they're developing like in practice. Like that's it. Like they don't have the ability to run these G Leagues games. In Jemiah's cases, he's on the injury report. Let's bring in Jason Anderson, the beat writer for the Sacramento Kings, for the Sacramento Bee. Jason, always great to have you on. How you doing, buddy?
Yeah, all right, man. Good, always good to talk to you, man.
We're excited. Kings basketball is back tonight, and Hassan Whiteside is back. Do you expect? I know he spoke to the media yesterday. Do you think he just hops right back into the rotation like nothing happened, and he's good for his 10 to 12 minutes a game?
Yeah, Jason, we there was much speculation, at least on this show, about what the Kings would do with their impromptu break. Right? They didn't expect to have this break, and they got the days off because of the games canceled in Memphis. And what were they going to do with it? Were they going to use the time to get away from each other? Were they going to spend extra practice time? What did they end up doing with those 4 days or so?
Do you question, like Kenny and I were just talking about Orlando and how that's a team that they're they're trying to figure things out. They're constantly in that 8 spot, and they're sitting a couple of games below 500 right now. But one thing you don't really question about them is that they're tough, they're physical, like they play hard in every game, and that's a complaint that we have sometimes with the Sacramento Kings is it feels like they're not very tough. Is that, has their toughness ever been addressed? Is that something you even see when you watch them play? Do you ever watch them like, man, they've got to get more physical. They got to be, stronger, whether it's on defense, they got to be more aggressive on the offensive end. Like, cause those are topics of conversation that happen on this show a lot.
Mm-hmm. Now, Jason, on Friday against the Knicks, it seems like maybe Luke had hit his wits end about some of the things that were going on the defensive end. I talked about it yesterday. Everybody's familiar with it. If you're not, and midway through the fourth quarter, missed defensive assignment by Buddy Hield. Walton calls an immediate timeout, kind of yells a little bit, gets Buddy out. Buddy doesn't come back into the game. They finish the game strong on the defensive end. Do you see that being how they finish the game moving forward? Is that a situation now where Luke, like I said, maybe has reached this point where he's not messing around anymore with feelings or anything like that? He's going to go specifically with the team that he thinks in that particular moment can close out the game on the defensive end. Do you think that was the start of that on Friday? Mm. Yeah.
Jason Anderson, the beat writer for the Sacramento Bee, with us here on D'Lo and KC, ESPN 1320. Can you give us some insight into this Nemanja Bjelica situation? There have been conflicting reports. You have one of them talking about this isn't a personal issue. It has to do with, the direction of the team. Luke Walton maintains he really, what Luke Walton is saying is it's a personal issue, and he really likes Nemanja Bjelica, and he likes coaching him. It's what's happening here, Jason.
Jason, do you think they're trying to move him and maybe trying to do it in a diplomatic way and get him in a spot where, maybe he's on a contender or a playoff team or something like that, but ultimately they're looking to move him? Do you think that's the case? Mm.
Mm. In value, like of what he can provide a team, like I feel like it's there in terms of a guy who can stretch the floor a little bit, who a lot of time can shoot really well. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
he could stretch the ball. Like a contending team, I feel like would absolutely die for that. And I think that's what you're talking about, like a late first round pick. Obviously, that would be from a contending team. It sure feels like a market could potentially be there with Milwaukee. I feel like Brooklyn is acquiring everybody they possibly can. It feels like it would be there. I got it. I got it. Fix everything. Come full circle. Belly for DiVincenzo, and the Bucks say sorry about that whole thing, and we make it all work. As your boy would say, who says no? Other than the Bucks. Jason
Yes.
Anderson, thank you as always, my friend. We appreciate you. Enjoy the game tonight.
Take care,
All right,
Jason.
Jason Anderson, Sacramento Bee. Come on. Milwaukee needs to fix this. They screwed this whole thing up. Just be like, look, it was our bad. Here's Dante DiVincenzo. You give us the Nemanja Bjelica. Call it a day.
That would definitely be the honorable thing to do.
That's right.
Although DiVincenzo is like the starting two guard for them, and he's playing really well.
Killing it, yeah.
And as you guys were talking, you and Jason were talking, Belly, I would love to get a late first round pick for Belly.
Yeah.
That ain't happening.
Yeah. I know.
That ain't happening.
I know.
I was just going through the standings and he was talking like who could use them. The Lakers don't need them.
Yeah.
Utah don't need them. The Clippers don't need them. Philly don't need. Like you go down the list, and then
you don't think Philly could use them?
Who he playing over? He ain't playing by his ears. Like if I'm giving up a late first round pick, I need a guy that is going to be in there to end games and start games. Belly's not that guy.
Oh yeah, I don't. Yeah, you're not going to find that. I don't think. I don't think you're not going to find that at the end of the draft. Mm-hmm. You're not going to like Nemanja Bjelica isn't going to start for a team unless of course somebody gets hurt.
That is an option. If somebody gets hurt,
that's an entirely
and even then that's a stretch. I mean, look, I don't hate Belly, but is he starting on a contender
again? If somebody gets hurt, like yes, I think that he is, but. You're acquiring it to me when you're talking about the end of the first round. You're acquiring Nemanja Bjelica because he's a piece that you need to contribute 12 minutes probably every single night.
Now let me say this. I don't know what's up with that. I know it was in contact tracing, but what's my man's name on Dallas? What's the it's not Neto because Neto plays for Washington now. This is going to bother me.
Okay, well think about it.
Yeah.
Let's step out. We'll talk to everybody on the chat, YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, all of that stuff, and we'll come back with more Kings basketball. We're with you all the way till 4:00. We got Courtside coming up at 3:00, and we've got an asking price, allegedly, for Matthew Stafford. We'll talk about that as D'Lo and KC continue here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Jesse, you're good with that. Sorry, man. I meant to talk to you about it, but I got a little derailed this morning. So, are you good with rolling on Luke? And okay,
Cole and Damien. Yes, the Nets need bigs. Nemanja, they don't need a big like Nemanja.
nobody needs a big like Nemanja. I love that Cole's
and he
trying
says,
to,
I hate Belly.
I love I love that Cole is trying to
Keebler's exactly who it is. It's Maxi. Yes, Maxi Keebler, or is that Keebler? That's the guy I was thinking of in Dallas.
Yeah, like the cookie.
He's hurt. He hasn't played, and he was in contact tracing, and he's like they really rely on him actually, and I don't know what's going on with him. So
I
that's
love
Dallas getting Belly is where I was going with that. To replace Keeper.
Yeah, Warren, we hear you. We know it's frustrating. That's I mean, other than phone calls, which will be a lot shorter, that's our only interview booked today. Tomorrow we'll do tomorrow we'll do the segment with Deuce and Mo live on the stream, and we'll do the segment with Marshall on Friday live on the stream. And hopefully over the course of the next few days, we can figure out how to get what you're hearing on the radio sent to the stream. But I had an idea. I thought it was going to work. It did not work.
It's okay. We good. We still here. We still talk. We talking to the people right now.
Oh yeah, we here. If we had gone with my idea, nobody would have heard anything. It would have just been pure silence. Like, oh, all right. It
would have been elevator music.
Didn't work like I thought it would work. Like, my bad, everybody. All these people logging in, like, dog, we can't hear anything. My bad.
Vucevic.
No, it's not. It's. Are you sure?
Vucevic. That's I was gonna say that.
Right.
I was gonna say that's why I keep saying what I say Vucevic. Is that what I keep saying?
Vucevic.
I'm thinking of Sasha. Oh gosh. Who's that Big V? Maybe I'll just go with that.
Yeah, I think that was Manny.
Manny
went with Big V. It's like, we'll leave that alone, fam. Go ahead and this will be our official commercial break. Look, we do the, yeah, you go ahead.
As the great Mac Dre would say, not my job. Not my job. No.
Also, as Mac Dre would say, too hard for the radio. Like,
Vucevic.
Listen up, I'm about to get dope. Hey, yeah, okay, never mind. I was gonna for y'all watching anywhere, jumping in the comment section.
Woke up quick.
Y'all hear that, right? Just hit a thumbs up so I know that y'all hear that.
Wait a minute. We got a first rounder for Marco Bellinelli?
Hey, don't doo-doo on Marco, man. Why you mad at Marco?
Marco is such big trash in Sacramento.
Oh, in Sacramento, yeah, that's because they tried to make him something that he wasn't.
What? Shoot shots?
No, they tried to make him a play creator. They tried to make him a playmaker.
No, I'm not buying that. Marco missed so many wide open shots. Catch and shoot. Don't move. Just catch and shoot. And brick them all.
And then he immediately got better when he left. Why is that?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that was all about. It's facts. He did. Yeah, but he did great in San Antonio. Where'd he go? Charlotte or something like that?
Didn't he go back to San Antonio? I thought he just went right back to San Antonio. He was like, this ain't working. I'm staying with Pop.
He did go to San Antonio because I remember he hit that game-tying three when the Kings were down 3. And all Buddy had to do was make sure nobody shoots a 3, and he got screened for a 3 from Marco Bellinelli. He let Marco Bellinelli shoot a 3.
It always comes back to Buddy. It always comes back to Buddy.
So he's saying there was pick 22 from Marco. I mean, if we could get a first round for Belly, I mean, my goodness, because there's guys at the end of that first. Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
We're about to come back, guys.
789-800-345-2789.
Special 4-hour edition of the show. We thank you so much for being with us. You want to be a part of the conversation. A number of ways that you could do it here today. Phone lines always available for you, 916-349-1320, as is social media at D'Lo and KC and at ESPN 1320, both on Twitter and Instagram. And if you're watching on one of the chats, whether it's Facebook, Twitch, or YouTube, just throw your comments in there, man, and we'll make sure that we respond to them. We mentioned the phone number, 916-349-1320. Let's go to the homeboy, Ramsey. Ramsey, what's good, my man?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
he was a
we
nice
did
guy.
we did a vibes last night, Damien. I don't know if it's up because our producer power went out in the middle of the vibes. It was a bunch of technical stuff, so hopefully it gets up today. But Jason spent about a good 5 to 7 minutes just talking about Sekou and remembering him and sharing a couple stories. So yeah, he definitely was feeling that one. We all are. He was a staple. He was on our NBA TV every day, man. He's one of those guys that you got used to as an NBA fan and being part of the NBA community. So it's a tough loss. 48 years old, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't need to
Absolutely.
lose any more people, period, man. We appreciate you, Ramsey. Thanks for making sure that we brought that up. And just to give you an idea, and I know that this won't mean anything to most of you, but one of the difficulties of this business, particularly in a market like Sacramento's, when you're trying to book interviews, especially with guys who don't cover the Sacramento Kings, guys who cover like the NBA in general, because a lot of them look at it like when you're in Sacramento and you're trying to book like a national NBA, right? It's like, I don't want to go on and talk about the Sacramento Kings. Now, if the Kings were, 70 and 12, it'd be a whole lot easier to book anybody from NBA TV, Turner, all of those different things. But when you have a perpetually bad basketball team and you're trying to get writers or TV personalities to come on, it can get difficult. And I remember emailing Sekou, and he hit me back almost instantly. He was like, "Sorry, man, I'm on the air at that time, but if I connect with you tomorrow, I'll have my schedule for the next week. Like maybe we could work something out." I was like, "Okay, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, that would be great." Next day, sure enough, he was like, "Hey, man, I'm available Friday. Does that work for you?" Like that's the type. And when you read all of the stories of him yesterday, that's just normal behavior for him. And normally in those situations, you get blown off, you kind of get pushed to the wayside, or not looked at as super important. But he made it a point to get back and set up that conversation, which I really did appreciate.
Just good people all the way around, man. That's the vibe I get from watching him, and then from hearing people talk about their personal interactions with him, man. Just good people all around, and prayers up to his whole family.
Yeah, and so we'll try to transition here and get back to talking about stuff not nearly important. That's just the fun world of sports. Oftentimes, that's our escape. And for Kenny, it's the stuff that drives him nuts. And what will drive him nuts is there's an asking price, apparently, for Matt Stafford floating out there. Allegedly, of course, this could be floated out there by the Detroit Lions, but allegedly, the asking price for Matt Stafford is a little bit steeper than you and I originally thought. It was a first-round pick.
Hey, who man is this?
Who's asking for a first round pick?
I gotta imagine it is Detroit football.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
Why do you?
I don't know what you people want us to do with that.
Who do you hate
you
more?
want me to give up a first round pick for Matthew Stafford? Is that what you're really asking me?
I thought I presented you with a great scenario earlier. What if the first round pick wasn't this year? What if the San Francisco 49ers gave up a first round pick next year?
I mean, so once again, man, just like, Nemanja Bjelica, who's the other guy you said I hated yesterday?
Draymond Green, Nemanja. Those are the top. I feel like it was Matt Stafford, but
maybe it was Matt Stafford. I don't hate Matt Stafford. He's a good quarterback. He's a good quarterback. I'm going to say that continuously. He's a good QB. I got no problem with him. But when you talk about giving up some of the future, any of the future, this year is just a no. No, you're not getting 12. You talk about next year, it gives me pause. It does. It gives me pause. Because the Niners are in a situation where these next two drafts, not even this one, but these next two drafts, they've got to start hitting on some big time players, because the contract situation already is a mess. It's only going to get crazier when you have to get Warner and Bosa coming up too. So I'm not. They're going to need. They're gonna need these guys on the cheap contracts, these rookies, these draft picks, and you're gonna need some players. And I just first rounder either year. That's just for me. That's a lot. I've always been of the belief, Damian, that it's not crazy to think that they keep Jimmy, keep Rosen, don't draft a quarterback at all, and see what they can get next year in the draft. I don't think that's a crazy situation.
Two things. You're pushing this Rosen thing really hard to the point where it's making me uncomfortable. Like, I think you really want to see Josh Rosen under center at some point next year.
No, I want to see Jimmy Garoppolo under center.
Mm-hmm.
All 16 games.
You got a Josh Rosen jersey in that closet over there in the studio?
I
feel like you might. I know UCLA joint.
I don't, but I know he was the Rosen one at one time.
There is not a radio station on the planet, even the one operated by Josh Rosen himself, that has talked about Josh Rosen more times in the last week than you have.
I want to see what he's got. I want to see. You could have a steal. You could have a steal. You could have a steal.
You could, but that was so. Arizona got this wrong. Miami got this wrong. I guess Tampa, it's not like he really ever had a chance in Tampa. He was the practice squad quarterback, but.
So here's the other thing.
If Kyle Shanahan gets this done, put him in the Hall of Fame. Like now, immediately, after game one.
Yeah.
Put that man in the Hall of Fame.
Well, I don't even know why he'd be game one, because Josh Rosen is not going to be the week one starter.
The first game Josh Rosen plays.
Oh, yeah, he'll probably win that game. Now, here's the deal. And here's the other reason why I'm talking about Josh Rosen. If you want to talk to me about Justin Fields, Trevor Lawrence, my guy, Trey Lance, even Zach Wilson. No, I'm not putting Rosen ahead of those guys. But
before you leave that, can I tell you how funny it is that Trey Lance is your guy? Because he played like one game.
Yeah, I've seen the tape though.
Okay.
I've seen the tape. Yeah, I've seen the tape. I've read the story.
We're changing the name of J Street Vibes to I've seen the tape. That's the new name of the podcast. I've seen the tape. We've got watching the tape. We've got Luke Walton talking about watching the tape. But Kenny Caraway, I've watched the tape.
I've watched the tape. I've done the research, and I'm willing to roll the dice. Yes.
By tape, do you mean the YouTube highlights in which they edit out everything that he could have possibly have done wrong?
Minor details, all right? Okay. Minor details.
Okay.
Now, when you talk about those guys, I'm not saying, pass on those guys to keep Josh Rosen. Not saying that. But Mac Jones, we really going to be like, no, Mac Jones, you got a chance to draft him instead of keeping Josh Rosen. You have to do it. No.
Well, wait a minute. You keep talking about keeping things like on the cheap. Like Mac Jones, you'd have him for a lengthier period of time. You'd have time to develop him, and you could move away from Josh. Why are you so hung up on Josh Rosen? Or is that only because you could use the draft pick for something else?
Yeah, man. I'm not drafting Mac Jones in the first round with the 12th pick.
You got to
Kyle Trask is cool. I don't know if I want him.
I don't want the 49ers to take a quarterback at 12.
Yeah.
The only quarterback I want the 49ers to take at 12 is if they somehow use that pick to get Deshaun Watson. That's it.
The facts.
Or Aaron Rodgers, which nobody believes that that's going to happen. We could follow up on that a little bit more because we talked about the Pat McAfee episode yesterday where he went on, and NXT superstar Pat McAfee, he went on his show, and Aaron Rodgers was like, yeah, I don't, emotions running high. I don't see any reason that I won't be back in Green Bay. And you look at the salary cap numbers and you realize, there's like 10 million reasons why you won't be back in Green Bay. Like you want a raise. And understandably so. You're 37 years old and you're about to win the MVP. Lock in, leverage that. Smart move by Aaron Rodgers. Leverage that for what do they got? 3 years left of the cap?
Mm-hmm.
Tear it up. Give me 2 years, fully guaranteed at a higher value than that 3-year contract. I'll get out your way. And you still got, let's see, 1, 2. You exercise the year on Jordan Love, and boom, you've got your quarterback.
So you're bringing up something that I hadn't thought about. So you say restructure the deal, front loaded, take a year off, whatever the case may be, to basically make it a 2-year deal.
Fully guaranteed.
Why would the Packers do that?
Because he's Aaron freaking Rodgers. He just won the MVP.
You already got him under contract.
Well, because he's also 37, and you could go to them like, we've got a couple of options here. You've got Jordan Love. Like, I can retire. I can Brett Favre it here, and you can start to develop your quarterback. I can hold out. I can not show up. Like, I can end this in a PR nightmare, which, by the way, would be the second straight franchise quarterback that has ended in a PR nightmare. Like, we could do all of this. Or you can renegotiate my deal. As you said, front load it. 2 years, fully guaranteed, and I'm out of here. 2 years. In 2 years.
First, I would say if I was,
because here's the other leverage here's the other leverage that Aaron Rodgers has. If he sticks around for those 3 years, they never evaluate Jordan Love before his draft contract is up, before his rookie contract's up, and you never have this cheap quarterback that you take in the first round.
If I was, the GM of the Packers off the top of your head.
No, Mark Murphy's name is stuck in my head. He's the CEO. I don't think.
Yeah, we'll just go with Mark. If I was Mark, I would talk to Aaron. I'd say, Aaron, let's not go down this road. All right, let's not do these type of things. Let's work together. Let's try and make this work. If he still wanted to play hardball, I said, go ahead and retire. Go ahead. You don't get your money if you retire, right?
Brian Guntquist.
Brian, that's just like Vucevic. For me.
Yeah, we're just going to leave that name alone for the rest of the day because we did spend the commercial break fighting about how to say it. So let's just
Vucevic.
Smart ass Jesse comes in with like, you're both saying it wrong. It's like, no, shut up, Jesse.
Vucevic.
That's our next shirt. Shut up, Jesse. You're listening to D-Lo.
Underdog, put that on a shirt.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, or radio.com sports station. And driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge, he's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We are thrilled that you're here with us for the next 3 hours. Courtside with D-Lo and KC begins at 3 o'clock. That is 60 minutes of Kings talk leading into the game against the Orlando Magic. We're also live. First time the entire show has been live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. So make sure you are following us and subscribing to us on all of those different platforms as we're going to be doing a lot more with them. So you don't like my idea. Okay.
I mean, I like it for fine. Aaron Rodgers. If I'm the Packers, why am I got you under contract.
Get that extra year to get Jordan Love on the field, because right now with the way Aaron Rodgers' contract is, you don't have that opportunity. Well, and are you going to bench Aaron Rodgers so you can evaluate Jordan Love?
No, but I would say, if I would think about it like this, if you're willing to retire right now, you'll do it in a year or two. If you're willing to pull that card, you'll do it in a year.
So well, he didn't. No. He didn't say that, by the way. I did.
Well, I know. I'm talking to Damian Aaron Rodgers.
Oh, okay.
If you're willing to do that now, then you'll be willing to do it again next year. So okay. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. And yeah. So you're saying. So I want to follow you. I want to go back on this because this is interesting. He said, why would the Packers do that? Why would Aaron Rodgers do it?
Mm-hmm. $10
million is why.
Yeah.
Where the Packers could save $10 million if they restructured the deal?
No. No, Aaron Rodgers would want to renegotiate his deal is what I'm saying.
What's he making this year? Like this coming year? It's got to be like $20-30 million.
I don't think it's 30. I think it's 20. I had it. Let me pull it up here.
So he want to stick us up for the extra $10 million?
That's
greedy.
Oh, stop.
No, you just lost. That's what you did. Just lost. I know you're gonna say you won the MVP. You just lost in the NFC Championship again. Again. How many picks did he have? 2 or 3? I think 2.
I think he had the same amount that Tom Brady had.
That's nasty. Well, Brady had 3. You
gotta get all hot at me.
You just lost us the NFC Championship again at the crib. What's the chances of them going 13-3 again?
Bruh,
and having home field advantage again?
$23 million.
So he wants another $10 million?
Dude, he's underpaid.
Want another $10 million?
Of course I want another $10 million.
And then you want to cry to me about how, we're just not surrounding with you enough and you want to take another $10 million?
Draft better.
kick rocks, Aaron.
Just like the Detroit Lions didn't do with Matt Stafford, the Green Bay Packers didn't do either. Draft better.
We got you your first running back in the last, 10 years in Aaron Jones. He's a good running back. I like him. We got you the Smith brothers out there playing defense and attacking the quarterback. Yeah, we got to get you some cornerback help, but we can do that without giving you $10 million.
If Rodgers is traded in early March, the $31.5 million dead cap hit to the Packers would be $10 million more than any team has taken for a single player. So they have a timeline that they have to do it, and the timeline is March 19th.
To trade him?
They say that they'll save a certain amount of money. They'll save much more money if they trade him before March 19th as opposed to after March 19th.
I mean,
this is our good friends at Spot Trek, by the way.
If I'm the Packers, this is just a non-starter. Like, if I'm the Packers, you're playing with us next year.
Okay.
He threw one interception in the AFC Championship game, by the way.
I love that Aaron threw one.
Yeah.
Brady threw three, like in the fourth quarter.
Brady threw three. Oh, my gosh.
They were all in the second half. I don't know if they were all in the fourth quarter, but they were all in the second half.
Brady.
Say it. Brady was terrible.
The Packers are the Bucs are about to get ran off the field in the Super Bowl, man. They're about to get destroyed. They're about to get ran off the field.
I don't know
not
that
be close.
I don't know that I entirely disagree with that. I don't like the Bucs. I haven't liked them all year, so
they're not that good. Now their defense is making plays. I'll give them that. Defense is making plays, but
that was their hallmark last year. Like that's the reason I think they were 500 last year, or pretty damn close to it.
Yeah, maybe
because of their
7-9
defense
or something.
Like imagine that your quarterback threw 30 interceptions last year, and you still managed to be 500. Like that's crazy. It's a testament to that defense. And I there's a lot of things that I like about Bruce Arians. There's a lot of things that I like about the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I don't like the acquisition of like Brady and Gronk and Leonard Fournette and Antonio Brown. Like that's a hard pass for me. But Bruce Arians has the most diverse coaching staff in the entire NFL. So I'll give him credit for that. And he talks openly about things like that. And I'll give the Tampa Bay Buccaneers credit for that. But in terms of the makeup of their roster, and that ain't don't work for me. And truthfully, I was wrong. Like I'm stunned that they're here.
Yeah,
I'm stunned that we're headed into the last game of the season and they're here.
Yeah, so they already got me on that one because I didn't think they could get to the Super Bowl. So they've gotten that, but they can't match up with the Chiefs. They cannot match up with the Chiefs.
It feels like that's the story that we've been singing all year long. Is that really nobody can match up with the Chiefs? Like they're good defensively. Their offense is so great. I think it actually makes their defense look like below par, which they're not. Like they're good. Their defense is not subpar. Like they're very good, but their offense is just loaded with one. Patrick Mahomes is the ultimate, cheat code, and then you have Tyreek Hill who has like flames behind him when he runs, and you got Clyde Edwards-Helaire, and isn't Le'Veon Bell on the Chiefs? Like,
Le'Veon
like,
and
crazy.
Sammy Watkins are possibly coming back for the Super Bowl.
That's wild. Like it's the makeup of that squad, and it's going to create. I don't think it's going to be I don't think they're going to get run off the field. But if they do, them meaning the Bucs, I think it'll be like midway through the third and into the fourth. I don't think it's going to be a blowout for 4 quarters.
Oh, look who's found his way into Twitch. Eric, Chiefs fan.
Oh boy. Oh, we've got Chiefs fans up in here.
Chiefs defense is solid, Eric. It's solid.
I think it's my man.
Absolutely.
Yeah. All right.
I'll even go with Damian and say they're good. Yeah. Jones is in there. He's a playmaker. He's a playmaker in that interior line. And I like my man Tyrann Mathieu, Honey Badger. I've always liked him.
Yeah.
And Breeland's out there making plays. They got a little nastiness to them. So Chiefs defense is a good defense.
I think the senses went up when we started talking about the Chiefs. Is like, I gotta log on. I got to log on. We're talking about the Chiefs. I think he's in. We'll have him jump in here. Our resident Chiefs fan here. I think it's Rich.
Oh, it's Rich. I called him Eric,
Yeah,
but it's Rich.
It's because of the way his last name is Rich. Where in the country? This is the beauty of radio.com and Twitch and all this stuff. Rich, shoot us a message here in the chat and let us know where in the country you are, because he drives all over Louisiana. He's all over the country listening to ESPN 1320. So, Rich, we appreciate that, and he's always quick to jump on us if we're not giving the Kansas City Chiefs
We've
enough
had
love.
them at number 1 in the league for like the last 13 weeks.
Oh, for sure. But we didn't sing the praises of the defense enough. Here's a scenario for you.
That's on Rouge. I knew he was going to say that.
Here's a scenario for you. According to ESPN, this is an ESPN idea, not a Damian Barling idea. The 49ers send the 12th overall pick in 2021, 2022, and a second-round pick in 2022 to the Texans. Okay? They also send a 2023 third-round pick to Various Moore and Jimmy Garoppolo to the Jets. Follow along here.
Mm-hmm.
The Jets then send Sam Darnold to the Texans and a 2022 fifth-round pick to the 49ers. The Texans then send Deshaun Watson to the San Francisco 49ers.
I know this isn't good radio, but hold on. Let me make this phone call. Yeah, John. Hey, how you doing? It's Kenny. Yeah, you see that thing on ESPN? Yeah, go do that deal. Yeah, ASAP. ASAP, go handle that, bud. All right, man. Good looking, man. I do it. I just talked to John. We're going to make the calls. We're going to get it done.
We know, I don't think that the Packers want to lose Aaron Rodgers. We know that the Texans don't want to lose Deshaun Watson. I think one of the more truly fascinating, and I mean, I guess there's probably a conversation we should have about Jared Goff.
Okay. Yeah, we should. And I want to know what the hell's going on with the Rams. Once again, didn't I tell you about this earlier in the year? About the Rams in Seattle? They just got a different salary cap. They do whatever. They do whatever. They pay whoever. They get rid of all their draft picks, but yet here they are with a draft pick. I don't know how that happened. Like, come on, fam. Come on. Like, what kind of salary cap are they playing with? How you just, we're just going to get rid of Jared Goff and sign whoever. We can do that.
Well,
what?
Okay, wait a minute. Now who said that?
How can they even get rid of him in the first place?
Well, but that's the thing, Casey. They can't.
So why is this a story? Why are people bringing this up?
Because they've got to float it out there to see if anybody will bite. See if anybody goes, oh, you know what? Sean McVay's a terrible offensive mind. He can't make anything out of Jared Goff, but I bet I could do it. I could make Jared Goff a star.
The Rams have Goff, Donald, and Ramsey to record contracts, and somehow out here talking about we free agent players. How?
They never said they were free agent players. Look at you. You're getting all worked up for no reason. What if Jared Goff became the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers? Would you find a new team to support? Would you?
I would tap out of football for a minute. Just tap out.
What I was going to say, though, was, and we can get more into Jared Goff here in a minute, is one of the more intriguing conversations is, what do the Jets think of Sam Darnold? Because I do believe they still really I do believe that the league likes Sam Darnold, but the Jets have a unique draft position this year. Or maybe for them, it's not unique. Maybe for them, it's just their regular spot there near the top of the draft.
So the thing with the Jets and Sam Darnold, saying really is a little strong. I think they're willing to try. I think there's a difference. They're willing to try. If they had the number 1 pick, I don't think they'd be willing to try. But they got the number 2 pick, so they're willing to try.
They don't think as highly of any of the dozen quarterbacks that you have named as they do Trevor Lawrence, is what you're saying.
No.
Okay. Sam Darnold is in. I don't think Sam Darnold sucks.
He's okay. I
mean, we give up on dudes quick in the NFL.
Yeah,
Man.
I know. My partner's willing to get rid of the Rosen one, who was in the same draft.
Okay.
Same draft.
Ronnie, we see you. Hang tight for 1 second. If you want to get in on these phone lines, you can. 916-349-1320. We're live on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. We're here with you till 4 o'clock. We're live on the radio.com app as always. We'll be back with more here. It's D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Dude, I'm about tired of you. Get on this damn live stream.
Who's talking about is that? I think that's Manny talking about Rose and his complete trash. Is that you, Manny? Stop it.
I don't know what Kenny is thinking. He's got a love affair. I think if I hit this button, does it show up on the stream?
Oh yeah. We got action. Oh my goodness.
There's a direct correlation between the volume of Kenny's voice and the size of his eyes.
They're connected, huh?
Oh man. See, this is great. Bishop. Seattle is
shout
a
out
well-run
to Bishop,
organization. Niners should take notes.
Seattle is working with they're working with the unlimited salary cap. They just never have to deal with the salary cap.
Okay, here you go, Rich.
Thank you, Rich. Yeah,
that's facts.
Absolutely.
Deshaun Watson puts the 49ers in the Super Bowl easily. Well, I'm still learning so much about this app. Cole, what up, baby?
Go. It's not a flip phone. It's iPhone X.
It's iPhone 2.
I got an X though. That's like what, 3 phones away or 3 phones ago?
Yeah, that was a while ago.
Yeah, and I went to AT&T the other day. Said I wasn't eligible for an upgrade. I got the phone 3 years ago. What are you talking about?
Like, what kind of payment plan did you put it on that you're not eligible for an upgrade? Like, what is happening?
They got the Queen Bee eligible, and we got the phone at the same time.
I think
they might have.
That's why they're hating on you because you were brother.
Now, I failed to mention there was a couple of disconnections there where I wasn't disconnected for long. I was like, oh, it's off. Let me go pay it, but I don't have auto pay. So yeah, maybe they're not trusting me just yet.
I love that. Kitty says, yeah, they wouldn't let me get the phone. I mean, I ain't paid a bill, but they wouldn't let me get a new one.
I got the phone back on within 10 minutes. I'm not. Are you an auto pay guy, Damien?
Oh yeah.
On everything?
Everything.
I ain't doing it on my phone.
Because I'll
though.
forget, bro. I'll forget.
No, I'm gonna remember.
They'll come take my. I'll
phone,
get home. My house will be empty. They'll be like, bro, you didn't pay your rent. Like, you just hey, sorry. Normally just listen on radio.com, but hey, the game 916. We appreciate you.
It's good.
We'll get the phone.
So look, my man. Now here I go butchering names. Orthois? Is that how he's been commenting a lot?
Oh, he's all over this.
Is that Orthois?
I feel like that is probably like
Orthos.
Maybe
Orthos. Maybe it's Orthos.
Maybe that's
anyway. He asked earlier if the thing with NBC Network.
I was about to say it's Bryce. Like it's Bryce. I knew it. Bryce got more. Like I worry, dude. Bryce lives like some kind of crazy lifestyle, man. Because he got more aliases. I feel like Bryce he got 10 different
Bryce is
Twitch
the boss.
accounts.
He's the boss. That's what we've come down to. He's the boss. That's why he can do this. Bryce, to answer your question and be give answers here as somebody that has some answers. That NBC Network thing will not affect the Kings. I think it's just the network, not the regional channels. Just remember we talked about the NBC Network is folding.
Mm-hmm.
Vucevic, thank you. Is this Jesse?
Man, we are having way too much fun on this live stream right now. We're still
it's a game changer.
We're still learning how some of this stuff works, and we just kind of accidentally stumble across things. Like we're having a blast over here on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Go check us out. The handles are ESPN 1320 for all of them. It should be very, very easy for you to find. Jason Witten is retiring.
Oh,
again.
I was about to say thank God. Maybe that was rude of me, but he shouldn't have came back. I say he shouldn't have came back. He actually had some good moments with the Raiders.
He should not have come back.
But he actually had some solid moments. I want to say he probably had a handful of touchdowns.
Here's why he shouldn't have come back. One, there's a million reasons why he shouldn't have come back. You talk about having a contract. He had a contract with Monday Night Football. He had a contract with Walt Disney's name on it. He should not have left that. Two, no matter how bad he was, he shouldn't have left it. But here's the real reason he shouldn't have left. Before he retired, you know what he did? He signed a 1-year deal or a 1-day deal. with the Dallas Cowboys. He shouldn't have left. He's a
He shouldn't
Cowboy.
have-
It was stupid.
He shouldn't have
seeing
left
him
the
in-
Cowboys.
No.
Why didn't they sign him back when he said he
That's
wanted
a great
to come
question.
back?
I don't know. Maybe they didn't have the money for it. I don't know.
Look, Damian, we all know the only team working with the salary cap is the 49ers. Everybody else is capless.
Okay. Dude, you're so in your feelings over this. Let's get Ronnie so Kenny can cool off for a second. 916-349-1320.
Cool
Ronnie,
it now, all right?
Ronnie, what's good, man?
What are we talking about, Ronnie? What's up? I didn't say that. I said, Ronnie, I said that they have been getting help around him. Now, they struggled in the defensive backfield. I will say that. I mean, the defensive backfield is in shambles right now. And that could be one of the reasons why they're not in the Super Bowl right now. But they got the Smith brothers. They got Aaron Jones. Come on now. He's got weapons. You can't say he ain't got weapons. What about the tight end? Wasn't everybody in love with the tight end? Wasn't everybody in love with the tight end this year? Lazard is rough. Oof. I agree. I agree with you that they could have took somebody different in the first round. But like I said on Monday, when nobody talking about this until Sunday. Nobody. We ain't been look, Ronnie, we ain't been talking about this for 4 months. Now all of a sudden
that's not
we
true.
talking about it. We're like, no, we ain't
That's
been talking
not
about it for 4
true.
months. They've been 13-3. It was like 8-1 at one point. They beat New Orleans in New Orleans, all this other. Wasn't nobody talking about this. When nobody talked about it. Once the season started and they started winning games, nobody was talking about it. So Ronnie, let me ask you a question. What would you do if you're Green Bay? Would you move on from Rodgers? If he said, I want $10 million extra. Wow. Okay.
Ronnie, man, you got to call more often, man.
What?
Why? Uh-oh. That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Well, they have to this year. They have to. So let me ask you this. You'd rather them spend that first round pick on a wide receiver as opposed to a cornerback? Did you see what happened? Did you see what happened? Did you see what happened in the AFC Championship game? One thing that couldn't happen at the end of the half happened. Man, they gave up 31 to a guy that threw 3 picks. Now what? Once again, Ronnie, and I'm a see.
We appreciate
see,
you, Ronnie. Thanks, man.
I do this
Ronnie
a lot
more often.
Yeah, definitely call in more often, Ronnie. I like what he got to say, but I do this a lot when people try to talk about the Niners or something like that don't follow the team. Like, no, I understand this team, so I'll fall back a little bit to Ronnie because he's a Packers fan. But all I'm saying is, wasn't nobody talking about the offense for 4 months?
Dude, that's nobody was
true. No, who was talking about the offense?
Everybody was talking about how Aaron Rodgers was working with Devontae. Obviously, Devontae Adams, Aaron Jones, but the underlying conversation around Aaron Rodgers was always that they drafted Jordan Love and that they didn't use that pick somewhere else.
Once the season started, wasn't nobody talking about that.
That's not true. That's not true. You guys, because you listening to Bonte, Kate, and Butcher Boy up in San Francisco, and you weren't tapped into the folks in Wisconsin.
I wasn't tapped in. What's the station out there? I think it's 105.7.
Why do you know that? Why do you know that?
Because I'm everywhere. They ain't never there.
Did you say the Fan? Is that what
I think
called?
It is the Fan. Yeah.
I feel like there's 4 names.
Our sister station.
There's like 4 names in sports, like the fan, the score, the ticket. Like, come on, guys!
The ticket.
We've got to be more like we've got to do better. Like I've been thinking, like what could we be? Like what could you know what name I really be like? We couldn't. we Kenny and I kicked around the idea we could be the brother station, but we feel like we'd lose. We lose some people if we did that. So we don't want to do that. But like you know what game I do love the game. I think that's a fantastic
the game
game.
is good. The game is good.
It's too close. We can't hijack it from our people there.
I'm gonna come up with it. I'm gonna come within the 4 hours. I'm gonna come up with one.
Just steal it from them.
I'm gonna come up with the dunk. The dunk
1320.
The triple threat.
That sounds like something you see in a hip hop video. The dunk. I don't know about that.
ESPN 1320. The defensive stance.
Oh God. Come on, man. You know what we should just call
the bounce pass?
We could call it 1320 Tyrese Halliburton. At the rate we're going right now, we should just name everything in the city after Tyrese Halliburton. You're listening to 1320 Tyrese. Here on
1320 Tyrese.
It's 124.
Not Tyrese the singer. That boy, he be wilding.
Oh, this is a good suggestion, and it fits the market. 1320 the tape. You can do that.
That's funny. That is funny.
1320 the tape.
Oh, 1320 the vibes. We'd have to start playing music though.
Oh, we could. What you want to do? What? Hey, we could always play some music. Yeah, we could always play some music. Now the thing about the live stream is on YouTube, you only got a couple of seconds before you get a warning. Like,
what is it?
Copyrighted music. I don't know. It's not very long. I know that. It's a little bit longer than 10 seconds.
Man.
But it's enough to where you've got to be careful with it. I like the vibes 1320. But it does sound like a slow jazz station.
Underdog, put that on a shirt.
I'm with it. I know you're not going to believe this. I think the Rams have cap space.
Come on, man.
I could be.
Come on, man. Y'all thought I was playing, man. Niners only team with a cap. That's it.
I could be reading this wrong. But I think the Rams have cap space. Like I'm looking at the over the cap and like who spent and like I have to be reading that wrong. Like I have to be. So
Ramsey, Goff, and Donald are making
the cap
individually like $30 million a year, and somehow they got cap space.
Yeah, but you never know how these football deals are structured in such like a phony way. You know what I mean? Like the money isn't real. Speaking of phony. The Baseball Hall of Fame yesterday decided, you know what? The hell with it. We're not putting anybody in the Hall of Fame. As a matter of fact, not only did they not put anyone in the Hall of Fame, no one's even close to getting in the Hall of Fame.
I mean, has a sport done more to kill themselves than baseball? I think at this point, I feel like they've done more than my beloved boxing has done to kill themselves. Because boxing, say what you want about boxing, oh, it's dead, it's dying, or whatever. They throw on one fight that everybody wants to see, and they're back. Just at least for that weekend. Baseball, what are they going to do to get people interested again?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't think they are. I do not think they are. And by the way, boxing is dead.
Boxing is not dead.
It's dead-ish.
It's not even dead-ish. They throw on a fight that everybody wants to see.
Did you see how many people? Did you see how many people they think ordered that fight this week in the UFC fight?
I think I heard about that.
Was it like one? I think it was like 1.6.
That's not a lot.
Yeah, you're crazy.
No,
you're bugging.
It is a lot, but that's first of all, that's Conor.
That's only a hand. There are only a handful of UFC cards that have topped 1 million, and I think Conor, with the exception of Brock, Conor and Ronda are in all of them. Or sorry, Conor or Ronda are in all of them.
And that's the whole thing. It's Conor. So if you put Canelo in a fight, they could get, I don't know if they get 1 point, like against anybody. I don't think you can get 1.3 against anybody. But if you put Canelo versus, I don't know, I'm not going Jalen Rose on you, but Manny Pacquiao, you know what I mean? you could get 1.5.
You could add up all of the markets in Major League Baseball and wouldn't get 1.5 viewers for any given day for free in baseball. And they just continue to, and I'm at the point where, and I don't want to steal your thunder because I know how this is how you feel. I'm just at the point with, I'm already not a big baseball fan anyways, but this stuff is part of the reason why. Because it's old, it's antiquated, it's played like the best baseball player I've ever seen in my life isn't in the Hall of Fame not because he tested positive, because there's a perception that he cheated. Now, I'm not going to argue the case. I'm not going to play Johnny Cochran here and tell you that Barry Bonds didn't cheat. I'm asking what the parameter is. Like Curt Schilling. I think Curt Schilling is a trash of a human being. But what's keeping him out of the Hall of Fame? Because he doesn't get elected because he's a trash human being? So everybody in the Hall of Fame is like super good people?
Huh.
Like the people who argued for baseball to be segregated, like they're all good. Like those folks are good people.
Come on, man.
I'm just asking. And I don't get it.
And these guys that are refusing to vote for your Clemens, your Schillings, your Bonds, they really think they're doing right by the game of baseball. Like, what's the term? You cut off your nose to spite your face.
Yeah.
They're killing the game. All these people that think they're saving the game and they're keeping integrity and all this other stuff, that's all good and well. When, you're not leaving much for the people behind you because baseball is in a terrible place. And I don't know where they come back from with this one. I love baseball. And I could care less about the Hall of Fame. I care less about anything they've done this offseason. I see this, we got the in-house studio and, we talk about how the breaking news thing comes across. And, it always catches my eye, see what the breaking news is. And it's a baseball player signing for $113 million. I'm like, so what? Who cares? Nobody. Yeah. Right? Nobody cares. I don't care. And you're talking to a guy that loves baseball. Just imagine the guys that don't love it as much as I do or have never loved it. They could really care less. Baseball is dying.
Baseball's on like life support. I don't know. Like I want to proclaim it dead. And maybe it's not dead, but man, and I don't know, like it's what revives it. Like what brings general fan interest back to baseball. Like this is the only time I like talking about baseball is when we can trash it. Like when we get to the season and it's like, hey, the Giants won last night. It's like, are we supposed to talk about that? So I just believe that it doesn't interest anybody. And part of the reason is because of stuff like this. I think this is one of the many reasons. Like baseball is still very much dominated by like the 65 plus year old crowd. And God bless you. Like every single one of you. But if you don't embrace like highlights being on social media, if you don't embrace Twitch and YouTube and Facebook Live, if you don't embrace those things, like how are you going to appeal to a younger fan base? How are you going to get a younger fan base in there? And again, what did you just say? Cut off your nose to spite your face. This sport just continues to find new ways to suck.
And look, they don't. This is one thing that I've said for a long time. They refuse to embrace the culture. Yeah. They refuse to do it. And, you just go by, I like the musical acts that they have at the All-Star game. Like nothing to embrace the culture. The people that I'm not saying they're good or bad or, not talented or not. That's not my argument, but nobody I've ever heard of, you know what I'm saying? And they're done at this point. They're really done. And we're not even talking about how the game isn't fun to watch anymore because of all the sabermetrics and analytics and stuff like that. The fact that they just get buried by the NBA and NFL. And baseball has 1 month where people can care about it. Like 1 month.
What, October?
Kind of October. I was thinking more like August because that's when the NBA is not going on and the NFL is at least in training camp. But it's the worst month. Like, who cares about
Yes.
August baseball?
It's the middle of the. It's not the middle of the year. Like it's getting towards the end of the year. Like at that point in August, you're just waiting for the pennant races to happen.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like it's one of the worst months of the season for them because people, traditionally are tired. The dog days of August. You know what I mean? Like it's not even your best baseball. So I don't know what they do. Well, I do know what their only hope right now is to embrace the culture in some way or form. And I don't know how you do that. I don't know what player you use to help do. Who's your Odell Beckham? Who's your LeBron James? Like they try to make, that's the other thing. Their best player could walk. I know who he is because I watched the game. You know who he is. Best player could walk down the street outside my house and nobody would really care.
Who?
Mike
Trout?
Mike Trout.
Oh. Okay, we're still with
nobody
that.
would care.
I feel like that's just the universe. Oh yeah, Mike Trout is is the baseball the one sport where it doesn't matter that your team sucks like terribly bad. But yeah, no, it's the best player in the game. But we're just gonna you can only do so much when you're a baseball player because you can't. That's what it's one of the fascinating things about the sports. You could have the greatest pitcher that ever existed, and he could win every game. He could throw a no hitter, 50 games. He's 50-0, 50 no hitters. And his team is like 60 and 102. I mean, that was
so
who had that? Was it Felix Hernandez? Who was just
he was
King
an
Felix. Animal.
Yeah, in Seattle.
And he was 500 because his team was just awful.
No, you're right. So look, even if you want to go, I think you can make the argument right now for Mookie Betts being the best player in the game.
Sure.
If he can't work in Los Angeles, man's got a Jordan deal. He's respected all over the place. If you don't find a way to make Mookie Betts work and connect him, I'm just going to keep saying it, connect him with the culture, then, I mean, you're done. You're finished.
Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens both they finished at roughly 61% of the votes, and that's about where they were last year. Like there was no movement in. Like when I saw, in no disrespect, when I saw Harold Baines got in, was that last year, the year before? It was like, okay, dude. Like I watched baseball when I was younger. And the reason I knew so much about baseball, we've joked about this before, is I had baseball cards. And back in the day, you had average, you had runs, you had hits, you had home runs, you had very easy to follow numbers on the back of a baseball card. I was always thinking, like, Harold Baines, he's all right. He's not good. He's fine.
Yeah.
Dude, he's a Hall of Famer?
Hall of Famer, bro.
Harold Baines is in the Hall of Fame, and Barry Lamar Bonds is not. Bruh. Hell, I don't care. Roger Clemens isn't in the Hall of Fame. Like, this is wild to me.
It really is, man. It really is.
Wild.
And I love baseball, but I mean, it doesn't matter. And somebody on the chat is saying it as well. Baseball has it's a regional game at this point.
Oh, 100%.
It's not even national. Like if the Giants were in the playoffs, we'd be into it. We'd be talking about it. I'm watching the games, because of the Giants, but I'm not watching the Rangers. I could care less. But the NBA, I'm watching Memphis. You know what I'm saying? I'm watching the Rockets, all this other stuff. Like baseball is only about the team in your area.
The season is too long. I mean, people complain about 82 games being too long for the NBA season, but 162, that's just like, for what? Like, what point are you trying to make playing 162 games a year? Like, what is the purpose of all this? And then you can't get it decided in 162 games, and then you get the play-in game. You get the tie game, or you get the wild card game.
Playing game. I was going to say it's the best thing going in baseball. It's one of the top 3.
It's tremendous theater.
Yeah.
But what are you playing 162 games before it for?
Yeah, they don't need to play 162.
Okay.
That needs to be like 144 or something like that. They need to figure out how to end. Like August should be the pennant race.
Like the finale of the pennant race.
Yeah, the pennant race. Like season ends on September 1st.
There you go. Okay.
Yeah. They need to figure out a way to get that done.
Well, it's not that, but it's not that far off from that, though, is it? Was it like a couple weeks? Because
no, it's like 4 weeks. It's literally like a month. The season typically ends on like September 30th or something like that.
No, like the regular season does.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
maybe,
I guess
maybe
baseball,
October
I guess
1st, 2nd, or 3rd, or something like that.
I guess baseball games or baseball, not games, baseball series.
Mm-hmm.
They just play every day. Like they go quick. I keep thinking baseball. Or I keep thinking basketball. Every other day, 2 days, travel days, all this stuff. They don't do that in baseball. They're like, no, we're playing every day.
There's like one off day in September.
Yeah,
for these teams.
Yeah, for real. Yeah, the baseball just continues to hurt itself, and like I guess Kurt Schilling actually was the closest. He got 71.1%. Craig Biggio 68%. Kurt Schilling said, "Take me off the ballot." I love that. Like, once you don't get elected, you proclaim, "Take me off the ballot." That would have been much more powerful to me if you had said it before yesterday. Yeah. If you had said, "No, you guys are stupid. I want to go to the Veterans Committee. Those guys understand baseball." That would have had so much more value if you had said it before the vote had come down and you didn't make it by like a little less than 4%.
They got people on the chat saying playoff baseball is fun. I 100% agree. I love playoff baseball. Playoff baseball is where I'm watching everybody. Like, I'm watching all the playoff games. The killer is they're great and they get the views Monday through Friday, or probably Tuesday through Friday in October. On Saturday and Sunday, they have no shot. They have no shot. And I don't and I don't know what they do about that. I don't know if there's anything they can do about that. There's nobody in baseball that's must-see TV.
Agree.
Nobody.
No argument. No argument whatsoever. 916-349-1320. Craig! What's up, Craig?
What up, man? Hey, we woke up this morning, so it's great.
Well, my house didn't fall down and my fence didn't fall down like it did at Kenny's. I think my heating system blew up, but we'll deal with that at 4:00.
Pass. And I like Cam, but I'm bringing it back, Damon. Haven't used it in a while. He's washed.
Oh, stop, man. Whatever.
Cam is washed.
All right.
The man can't throw, and he's the quarterback. How's that supposed to work?
Really? Okay. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So let me ask you a quick question, Craig. That was great perspective. We appreciate it. And just a real quick answer. A-Rod is eligible next year. Would you let him in? Okay.
Yeah,
all right. We appreciate you, Craig. Thanks, man. Thanks, man. Craig, we got to step out, man. We appreciate that. That was great perspective from him. I was stunned. I'm stunned to two things: to hear someone say they love baseball, and I appreciate why you shared why. And Kenny just openly trashing Cam Newton. Like,
I mean, it is what it is.
Who needs
it
the
is
man
what it is.
when you got Kenny Caraway? We'll come back 916-349-1320. We're not going anywhere, baby. We're with you till 4:00 here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Okay. All right.
We got enough quarterbacks now, Damien.
Yeah, that's true. I was going to say that for we had 11 and we lost. Let's see, we lost Cam, lost Haskins,
but we're getting Fields.
We're probably losing Teddy Bridgewater.
We're getting Fields though, and we're getting Trey Lance.
I won't say this on the air. I'll just say this for the live stream crowd. I'm worried about Justin Fields, man. I'm worried about Justin Fields. I don't think to the league.
Yeah, I'm not sold on Justin Fields.
Yeah, I'm worried about that.
Wow. Who said something on here that I was about to agree with or say something to? I forgot.
Max hit us on Twitter and said Magic 1320. I love that.
I like it. Little Magic 1320.
Little Magic 1320.
Yeah, I forgot. I think somebody said something. I forgot now. The game 916 is asking for. He said, can't argue that at all. Baseball has got to do something, as Casey would say, that would put butts in the seats.
There you go. That's it.
See if I have any power.
I'll put some butts in the seats.
No, I don't have any power.
What do you mean? I
was going to click on his comment and put it on the screen.
Oh yeah, I think that has to do with like I'm the one logged in. I'm the host of this. I got to get you.
You're the Vince McMahon.
We've got to go through the login process for you, so you could do. I think if you did post game vibes on here, it'd be lit.
It's funny. We'll pull back the curtain a little bit. I saw you and Jill yesterday on the Twitch, and I talked to Jason. I was like, maybe, we throw the vibes on here, man, and have the vibes going on if possible.
Maybe a cleaned up version of the vibes.
Definitely a cleaned up version. Definitely a cleaned up version of the vibes. You are not getting a Patreon version of the vibes. Yes,
still an intercom channel here on Twitch, and I just did Twitch. We didn't do YouTube or Facebook. We kind of just do things on our own. And if someone says don't do that, we go, what? I didn't know. And so far, no one has said, hey, don't do that. So we're like, hey, our job is to we're all of these channels you're seeing, like we're creating from scratch.
Yeah, so what's the saying? It's
better to ask for forgiveness.
It's usually for married couples, but better to ask for forgiveness than permission. Yes.
Yep, that's the way we operate. So yeah, Jill and I had it was fun last night.
Yeah,
and we just did it on the one Twitch stream. So if you did post game vibes or J Street vibes or whatever, we got to get
the serial connection. You're right. One more QB won't hurt us. Yeah. Yeah. It won't. I agree. Don't go anywhere, Cam. We'll find a place for you. Yeah. Hey, let's get Jameis in there too, by the way.
Yeah, Jameis didn't even start. Like, I'm thinking back to that the week 1, 11 black quarterbacks. I think it was 10 black quarterbacks.
It was 10, yeah.
Jameis wasn't one of them.
Mm-mm.
Jameis wasn't one of them. Cam was. Like, I think we're losing Cam, Haskins, and Teddy Bridgewater.
Yeah. The Yellow Rose 1320. That is P1 listening there. Yellow Rose 1320. We're your friend.
Yeah.
The Yellow Rose 1320.
The Yellow Rose 1320.
We're your friend.
We are your friend. That is fantastic.
Oh, man. I love the Twitch, man. I love the Twitch, the YouTube, all that, man. This is good stuff.
10 seconds. We're coming back. And at some point, we promise you'll hear everything.
Oh.
If you're not on the live stream, man, you're missing out on these commercial breaks. We're having a lot of fun over on Facebook Live. Search ESPN 1320. YouTube, search ESPN 1320. And twitch.tv ESPN 1320. Of course, we welcome all of those listen on the radio.com app and, of course, on 1320 AM. We're with you till 4 o'clock today. I just had this weird feeling like, man, I'm getting hungry. Like, why am I so hungry right now? It's because I'm normally 10 minutes away from eating and stepping out and kind of starting the normal routine.
Yeah, I might not be on the next live stream during the break.
But we are with you all the way until 4 o'clock. As a matter of fact, in just over an hour at 3 o'clock, we'll start Courtside with D'Lo and KC. 60 straight minutes of Kings talk as we get ready for the Sacramento Kings and the Orlando Magic. We'll talk plenty of Kings before 3 o'clock as well. Why don't we go one-on-one here, KC?
Hey!
Kenny Caraway.
Two questions.
Two arguments. No winners. One-on-one
We just-
with D'Lo
We need
and
to dump this open. We need to get rid of this open.
Yeah, that part of that goes on your boy KC here. I was dealing with a fence. I forgot about my questions.
Yeah, you're not the only one. Like it's the show. No matter how long the show goes, like if we go 4 hours, if we go 6 hours, which we've done, if we go 8 hours, which the show done, we no matter how long the show goes, we always start at 12. Mm-hmm. We have never started the show at 12. Yet every day, the show seems to sneak up on us. Like, every single day as we're mapping out, like, here are the show ideas, here's what we're doing, and now we've added, the live stream, and we try to put different graphics together for the live stream, especially for Courtside, which you guys will see on the live stream coming up in a little over an hour. Still, somehow, it's like, holy crap, Kenny, it's 11:55. Like the show's about to start. So why don't you, we'll have an extended conversation version here of one-on-one, and you can open us up here.
All right, so I'm going to start this one off with the one that has caught my eye for the last 2 days, and I'm going to tell you right now, Damien, I ain't feeling it.
Okay.
The NBA came out the other day talking about they're exploring having an actual All-Star game. They said it would be March 7th, and it would be in Atlanta. And to make us feel better about this, they said all the proceeds would go to COVID research and HBCUs.
Okay.
No, I'm not interested.
Okay.
What about you, Damien?
Okay. You got my attention with that. But the emphatic answer is no.
Thank you.
What do you do? Like, what are we doing? Like, it's cool. Like, one, applaud for the NBA. It's a great idea in theory.
Mm-hmm.
HBCUs, healthcare workers, like you're finding a way to, because what we're talking about here is satisfying television partners, right? Mm-hmm. Essentially, we're talking about TNT and ABC.
Yeah,
I get it. Like, it's cool. But the issue isn't like you don't have 20 some odd games canceled or postponed this year because fans got too close or because fans were in the building. And you haven't postponed 20 plus games because HBCUs need more money. Yeah. You have issues within the league. Like you have issues with players, with organizations. Hell, the Sacramento Kings haven't played since Friday. They've gotten a nice long rest because of an issue that went on with the Memphis Grizzlies. You had the Washington Wizards miss a bunch of games. You had the Celtics miss games. I mean, most teams in the league have missed games for one reason or another, whether they were the group affected by COVID or the team that they were playing was affected by COVID. How are you going to gather the league's biggest stars in Atlanta? For God's sakes, in Atlanta? Where they just COVID isn't in Atlanta. I don't know if you've seen the pictures.
It has not gotten to Georgia. No.
They got a Trey Songz concert going on tonight, probably with 20,000 people packed inside a 10,000 seat club.
Oh my gosh,
this ain't it. I love Adam Silver. I applaud how they're attempting to navigate this. This ain't it.
So I think Jason brought this up when we were talking last night, but it was an excellent point. With the protocols that the NBA has right now, with the whole contact tracing and all this other stuff. Say you have an All-Star game. Mm-hmm. Say, I hope he doesn't get it, but I'm just throwing out a name. Trae Young gets down with the Rona. Contact tracing for everybody that was in an All-Star game. So your 24 best players in the league will have to sit out for like a week if you're following the protocols that you just had.
Yep. That's a great point.
Yeah, so there's no way.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no way. You name the all-star teams because people's their contracts and their money is connected to some of these all-star selections. So yes, you name the team, and maybe you do it like the NFL's doing it virtually with the Pro Bowl. You play on NBA 2K21 or something like that. But you cannot have the game this year.
No, I don't think you can either. You go through the process though. You select the all-stars. Through fan voting, which I think fan voting opens, I think tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. And you do the coaches selection. And hell, you can even do the team selection if you want to.
Yeah,
like the captains, do the whole thing.
Yeah.
And then put the teams together like you just said on NBA 2K. It's fascinating how many people enjoy watching other people play video games.
It's insane. It's absolutely insane. My son being one of them.
We were you mentioned kicking around the idea of doing J Street on the Twitch channel. As Jill and I were wrapping up our Kings Talk last night on the Twitch channel, I'm still experimenting with that app. It was just something I wasn't into, and I'm looking and seeing this like Deuce logged on last night, and he was playing like Warcraft, like. So I clicked on it, and like there's Deuce like in a little box playing Warcraft. I'm like, what? This is a thing. And he's got, people watching him. There are people like 42,000 people watching other people play video games.
Yeah.
Imagine if it's the two captains, like, LeBron and Giannis or whoever the captains wind up being, trying to play a video game with their all-star teams.
That's doing big numbers. Big numbers. And just like you, Damien, so I was watching you and Jill for a little bit last night, and I went down the Twitch rabbit hole. I was like, oh, they're playing FIFA on here. Let me see what this is talking about. Oh, they got Madden on here. Let me watch this. Soulja Boy was playing Grand Theft Auto on Twitch last night. Thousands of viewers. It's crazy. I have not dived into Twitch until like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah,
and there's a lot going on there.
I mean, I've heard of the Ninja guy. Dude, sound like a 59-year-old man. The Ninja. Like, no, I've heard of, I think his gaming name is Ninja, and he makes like millions of dollars playing video games on these streams.
The Paul brothers was Jake Paul and
your boy. Yeah, they're fighters now. They're boxers, apparently.
Yeah.
Didn't one of them just get a fight?
Yeah, he's fighting some UFC guy. The other guy, Logan Paul is the names. I think Logan was supposed to fight Floyd. That got postponed. And Jake Paul is fighting some UFC guy.
Floyd who?
Floyd Mayweather. That was supposed to be like February 20th, and it got postponed.
Okay. Let's just go to the next question. Because didn't we just have a conversation about boxing a few minutes ago?
Yeah.
To pull up the rewind feature? Okay.
Yeah.
And now you've got the most prized, arguably the greatest, maybe certainly one of the greatest of all time.
I got him top 2 of all time. I got him number 2 behind Sugar Ray Leonard.
Okay.
And ahead of Muhammad Ali.
Ali's fascinating. I think Ali is romanticized a little bit. And I obviously look around my room. I love Muhammad Ali. Like, but still, like, I feel like his boxing career gets romanticized a little bit.
So real quick, please, Damien, give me 2 minutes. Give me 2 minutes. No. Give me a minute to talk about this.
You got all the time you need, brother.
Let's go. Let's go.
Got a 4-hour show today.
Yes, I took advantage of this 4 hours. So during the Rona, when the Rona first hit, I had this brilliant idea of making a playlist. I just want to clarify,
it's not over, by the way. I just want to make sure I note that. It's not like it's come and it's gone, but go ahead.
When it first started, all right, I had the brilliant idea when we had no sports. That's what it was. We had no sports, and I came up with the idea of coming up with a list of the biggest boxing matches since Ali Frazier won. And I made a playlist on YouTube. I found them all on YouTube. I probably got about 70 fights, and they're all in order. Because it's one thing to like watch Ali Frazier won and then jump to Tyson Spinks. Like that doesn't give you a feel of the moment, right? And I started with Ali Frazier won. And to your point, I know he had been gone for a little bit, and he wasn't Cassius, and it wasn't Muhammad Ali versus Sonny Liston. That was a different Ali. First of all, Frazier beat the hell out of Muhammad Ali in that first fight. And Ali just was not that impressive. I watched about 5 Ali fights. Was not impressive. I understand it was a different Ali. Because, like I said, the guy that beat Sonny Liston was different. Mm-hmm. He hadn't lost 3 years of his prime due to being in jail or being suspended, I should say.
Yeah.
And he was undefeated when he faced Frazier in the first fight.
Right.
Was not impressive. I was not impressed by Muhammad Ali. Just watching him fight.
Yeah, so, I mean, the one thing that's never talked about is the second fight with Joe Frazier. And then the third one is so iconic. Mm-hmm. That's not the Rumble in the Jungle. What
the third one was,
what's the clever, the first one was the fight of the century.
Yeah.
Maybe the third one didn't have a clever nickname, but then there was Foreman,
that
Ali.
Was that the Thriller in Manila?
So it was the Rumble in the Jungle and the Thriller in Manila. Okay. Yeah. So those two fights are so iconic. Mm-hmm. They drowned out everything else.
Yeah.
They drowned out like the fight against Ken Norton. They drowned out like and God, everybody should forget that the Larry Holmes fight happened. Like all of that.
That's
stuff.
On the list too. And I was like, oh, jeez.
Yeah, it's all drowned out.
Yeah.
Like it's whatever. But yeah, it when you can't reference him you can reference him as the greatest, really anything other than boxer of all time. Because it just doesn't add up. Like if you're measuring the
I got Sugar Ray Leonard.
Slandering Ali was not
no, and he's third. I got him third on my list. But I got Sugar Ray Leonard as the best boxer ever.
Sugar Ray, Floyd, maybe. So has Floyd actually beat people of consequence when they were still people of consequence?
Floyd has beaten a huge number of world champions.
Okay.
And Hall of Famers.
Okay, so how about this then? I feel like this is a good segue into question that I have for you.
Okay.
Steph been cooking lately.
Yes.
Like for real. Like MVP Steph from years ago. Different team, different win-loss record, same Steph. My question to you is, it's kind of a weird season. Steph going to be back in the MVP conversation by the time this season comes to a conclusion?
That's a good question. It's a good question. I mean, he's at 28 points a game. They're one game over 500. Yeah, he's going to be in the conversation. To answer your question, he's going to be in the conversation. How high in that conversation? I don't know. About that.
Dude, I think he's at like 28 a game.
He's at 28. You know, and he's lighting it up. But it almost reminds me, it's a poor man's version of, I mean, we remembered him in a special way yesterday, but Kobe's 06 season. Was that the season where he went crazy? And Nash won?
See, dude.
It's a poor man's version of that.
But no, but you're making my point. Kobe should have been the MVP that year.
He's not going to have the season Kobe had. That's why I said it's a poor man's version of that. Like, yeah, I agree. Well, he ain't having that season. But he's gonna have moments and we're gonna remember, oh my gosh, Steph is amazing. Like he's gonna have that. But it's not gonna be
why can't
enough.
he be the MVP then?
I think Joel Embiid will be ahead of him.
Really?
JoJo's balling. Okay. JoJo is balling right now. I think LeBron is gonna have some say so at the end of the day. I think he's gonna have a nice little resume for this season to be an MVP candidate.
Okay. Hold that for a second, because you're listening to D'Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, or radio.com sports station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. He's Kenny Caraway. I'm Damian Barling. We are thrilled that you are here with us for the next 2 hours. Courtside with D'Lo and KC begins 60 minutes from now, 60 straight minutes of Kings talk as we get you ready for the Kings and the Magic. And we are live for the first time on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook Live, and we're thrilled that you're here with us. So LeBron's going to have a say.
LeBron's going to have a say. This guy, look, this guy's not going to have a say, but I don't know why he wouldn't. Actually, I know why he wouldn't, but he's not going to have a say, but he probably should. Giannis is going 27, 10, and 5. And the Bucks have the third best record in the Eastern Conference, top 5 record in the league. He's not going to win it. He's not
You
going
know-
to win 3 straight.
No,
but
he's not.
27, 10, and 5. Come on now.
You know what's going to hurt him from winning 3 straight? Not his play. The fact that the Bucks failed in the postseason. If
Yeah.
the Bucks had succeeded in the postseason, there would be talks about him winning a 3rd straight. But and I know I understand. As I'm saying that, it makes no sense. But it's gonna play into this conversation. Will Brooklyn and the makeup of Brooklyn hurt Kevin Durant winning an MVP?
How did I forget Kevin Durant? Kevin Durant's your front runner. No, it won't. Kevin Durant's your front runner.
Okay. Because he was the first name who I thought of, like, right now, if I had to create like an MVP rankings, it's Kyrie and then it's Steph. And then
Kevin. Kevin. You said Kyrie.
Kyrie too. Damn it. Both of them. It's Kevin and Kyrie. They're sharing the MVP. Yeah, it's Kevin Durant, Steph Curry, and I thought Joel Embiid might put Jaylen Brown up there. One of the Celtics. Might put one of the Celtics up there who are kind of balling right now.
Jaylen Brown is balling right now. I'm not going to put him ahead of JoJo, though. I'm not going to put him ahead of JoJo.
No. Mm-mm. No, I'm not. Who was the last? It had to have been Shaq. Who was the last center to win the MVP? I mean, because Joel Embiid is a center.
Shaq.
Like, there's no, like, masking it. Like, he's a big man.
Yeah, it's probably Shaq.
Had to have been.
JoJo's going 27 and 11.
Ooh.
He's shooting 40% from 3. Is he shooting better than Buddy Hield from 3?
How many? What's his percentage?
40.5.
Oh my gosh, Buddy's shooting like 30 something. He's shooting way better than. But what's the volume though? Like,
Yeah,
how many,
obviously.
How many
all
shots
Buddy
is he
does
taking?
is shoot threes, and that's not what Embiid does. But
Literally, he has Jaylen Brown though is averaging 27 points per game so far this season.
Ooh.
52% from the field, 43% from the 3-point line, and he's got to up those free throws, but he's at 76 right now.
Hey, that boy is killing. God, look, we named 5-6 guys ahead of Steph right now.
I didn't name him ahead of Steph.
He's ahead of Steph. He's ahead of Steph.
I think you hate Steph.
No.
Is.
I'm not. I'll let you do it with Belly. I will not let you do that with Stephen Curry. That's my man's. Okay, I love me some Stephen Curry, but no.
It was Kenny A. Caraway right there. Every once in a while, like we'll be in the middle of a show, and it becomes glaringly obvious who your favorite television personality is. It's just like it slips right out.
Love my man Stephen A. But no, the Jaylen. I mean, how
I
could
probably
you
put
not
Jaylen
ahead of him?
Yeah, I got to put Jaylen above Steph.
And JoJo's ahead of him. KD's ahead of him. Giannis
Okay,
probably
fourth.
should be ahead of him too.
Yeah, but we know.
Giannis
But Giannis ain't gonna win it though.
You're right.
But we already know that, so we don't even have to have the conversation because we know Giannis isn't gonna
somebody in
win
the
it.
chat. Hello, the Joker. Ain't no, isn't he still averaging a triple double?
Is he really? God Almighty! Seriously?
The Joker is, and this is coming from a guy in myself who said I don't really like watching him play, but I mean, what he's doing this season is
he
crazy.
averaging? Very close. I'm sorry. Let me be clear. Y'all care about averaging a triple double again? Excuse me. I just want to get the parameters in which triple doubles matter and don't matter. So they matter again. And averaging a triple double matters. I just want to make sure I got this straight because for a couple of years it didn't matter.
They always matter to me, Jake.
Okay. Hashtag all triple doubles matter.
All triple doubles matter.
He's 11.9 and 9.3 right now.
Wow.
He's right up there, and that
What's
goes
he, 20 something a night.
25.
25.
What's Denver's record right now?
They're middling around 500.
Okay. Well,
They got a nice win the other night against Dallas. You know I love that.
Because you don't like Dallas.
No.
You
you know who went off the other night?
They're 10 and 7, so they've cleaned it up like a little bit. I mean, they've won 4 straight, so I guess they've cleaned it up a lot. But
you know who went for like 30 and 12 the other night?
No.
My man's.
Oh, dear.
You want to talk about all lives matter? My man's Michael Porter Jr.
Oh,
that boy. I said at the time, and I'm not saying Luka ain't Luka. All right, I get it. But I said at the time, I don't care if he can't barely walk down the stairs. Give me Michael Porter Jr. That's who I wanted.
I knew that. I didn't know what the context was. I saw someone, I think our man Will over at the King's Herald retweeted it, and it caught my attention. But an NBA writer asked, like, who's better, or who would you rather have on your team right now? And it was Michael Porter Jr. versus Bradley Beal. And I was floored that it was close. Because the answer is Bradley Beal. Like, it's not
the answer is Bradley.
The answer is Bradley Beal.
You see how I took a breath? You see how I took a breath there?
I mean, I'm not talking about like for the next 10 years. I'm talking about right now. Bradley Beal is that guy.
And you talk about the next 10 years. Bradley Beal's like 24, I think.
Oh, he can't. Is he that young? He can't possibly
I don't think
be
he's
that young.
older than 25. I'm almost certain that he's 25 or younger.
Well, Washington has aged him. I think he's 27.
He's 27?
He's 27 years old. Yeah, I was like, there's no way he's that young.
I thought he was super young.
But those might be those DC years that have added on to him. Is Bradley Beal
24 before the season?
Bro, is Bradley Beal younger than Buddy Hield?
Yes, that's a fact.
Because Bradley Beal's been in the league forever. Yeah, Buddy's 40. He's 40 years old. He's 28 years old. I feel like that's always the question. Is this person, like, you find someone's been in the league for 10 years. It's like, is this person older than Buddy Hield? And the answer is always, yeah, he is. Bradley Beal was like the Ice Cube senior in higher learning. Like, he was in college. He was at Oklahoma for like 7 years.
He's the Perry Ellis of the NBA.
Yeah, he's a rookie. Buddy Hield here at the young age of 25 in his rookie season. Okay, man. I guess we'll leave it at that. I think you're not giving Steph enough love. Like, he's doing those things that are special again. I think it's different.
In the race. I agree with you. I say yes, he's in the race.
Okay. You think he's going to be there at the end, though?
Yeah, I think he'll be there at the end.
Okay.
He's gonna do this all year. He ain't gonna slip off.
I mean, is this what he has to do for them to, like, win?
Yes.
Like, he has to be a more aggressive scorer.
Mm-hmm.
He has to be like not just an aggressive scorer, but like they're 9-8 now. He's got to be an aggressive playmaker. He has been and has been able to be so passive because of Clay, because of Draymond, because of the pieces that they have that he's had around him. But with them still trying to figure out, what Kelly Oubre's role is on this team, and they're already shopping him. I thought the addition, or sorry, it shouldn't say like they're shopping him. We can dive more into this in just a few minutes. They're not necessarily shopping Kelly Oubre, but there are rumors of Kelly Oubre and a potential deal with New Orleans that involves Lonzo Ball and perhaps JJ Redick as well. I think JJ Redick is a flawless fit in Golden State. I think Lonzo Ball would be a good fit. I don't know what Golden State would be trying to accomplish, because that's like a 1-year move.
Yeah. Well, this whole thing with the Warriors getting Oubre, going beyond the tax, it was all, and I appreciate it from Joe Lacob, but it was all this like just trying to, we've got to do something because we got to contend for a championship, as opposed to just relax. Like, this ain't your year. Clay's gone. No need to get into the luxury tax, all this other stuff. And this trade would be more of that. Like, no, we've got to compete. We're competing for a championship. No, you're not.
Mm-hmm.
No, you're not. You're not. And as a fan, I appreciate that. If I'm a Warriors fan, I get that. But I also understand, especially, and it's a lot easier to have this discussion when you've won 3 NBA finals in the last 6 years or whatever, but you're not there this year. You're not. Don't put yourself in salary cap hell for this pipe dream of being a contender this year.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they did with Oubre. And I don't know how the contracts work out, but maybe that would be what they're doing with this JJ Redick thing. I don't know.
Well, you would get free of that contract with Kelly Oubre.
Oh, that would help
Lonzo.
out.
Lonzo would be, Lonzo's 1 year. I assume JJ's 1 year. I'm sure he would love playing in Golden State, but I'm confident JJ's year to year for the remainder of his career until he decides he doesn't want to play anymore.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the plan. I don't know. I just can't get a pulse of what exactly Golden State is trying to accomplish this season, because leading into the year, I thought they were a championship caliber team. Clay goes down. I thought they'd still be a really good team. Now I just feel like they're kind of I don't know if a team in transition is the right term. They're just trying to figure something out.
Yeah, they're a lower level playoff team, possibly. Okay. But that's also what Steph playing on the MVP level. Like if he has a bad game, they can't compete.
Yeah, they have a bad outcome. Let's step out. Let's come back. Let's talk about the Kings. Let's talk about some of these trade rumors as well, because it's not just Lonzo Ball or JJ Redick. There are other names out there.
No, I love trade season.
I know you do. It's every day is trade season with Kenny Caraway, and you came to the right spot for that. It's D'Lo and KC here with you till 4 o'clock on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Yeah.
So I'm not leaving you. I have my people. They're bringing me some granola bars and a Gatorade.
All right. I think I'm trying to decide. Like, I think I have to go to the bathroom. Like, normally I do.
Go ahead. We're going to talk about boxing here on the chat.
Yeah, y'all talk about boxing, and I think I'm going to grab some blueberries or something, and I'll be right back.
Now, when you talk about who somebody mentioned earlier, I think it was Bryce, my man Caleb Plant fighting this weekend on Fox, fighting some middling guy. I think Caleb Plant can go. I do. I love me some Caleb Plant. I think he would be a good matchup for Canelo. I think he's a carbon copy of Canelo. I'd love to see that matchup, but I don't know if Canelo's going to take that. So there's that. I saw you guys talking about the Big Show and Floyd. That was phenomenal. that was phenomenal. And he really punched the Big Show with brass knucks, I think. That was uncalled for from Floyd. What else is going on in the boxing world? Not much. We can talk about whatever else you guys want to talk about here. Tim Duncan was the last center. Wasn't there a thing when Tim Duncan said he didn't want to be a center? He had that Anthony Davis thing going on. He didn't want to be a center. He wanted to be a power forward. They always had, you talk about Stephen A., they always had Raso Nesterovic playing center for the Spurs, and Timmy was the 4. He was. Big Show was really about to go in on Floyd for that because he really punched him with the brass knucks, uncalled for. Although they be taking hits, and they be taking bumps is what they call them in WWE. Oh, let's see. Is there any way they can hear you, Jesse? Can we bring you on the chat? Damn it. Well, my man Jesse, the producer of the show, he takes umbrage with Ryan Garcia right now. And Ryan Garcia, I ain't going to say what he called him, but I'm definitely going to call Ryan Garcia a clout chaser. He talks entirely too much. I'm sick of Ryan Garcia. Absolutely sick of him. I did see the Showtime fight. Shout out to Stephen Fulton. You know what I'm saying? Cool boy Steph.
Whoa.
Winning that. What popped off?
Candace Parker signed with Chicago.
She was with the Sparks, right?
LA.
Yeah.
Wow.
She's from
Chicago.
Happened. Oh yeah, she is from Chicago. Shout out to them. Shout out to them.
She's from Naples, but
yeah. Damien, we were talking about championship boxing on Showtime before. Okay, I was talking about my boy, cool boy Steph. I saw Rolly Romero, and I used to like Rolly. Rolly is going to get slapped up at some point. He is not that good of a boxer. He's got power, but he's not that good of a boxer. I'm off the Rolly train. I'm not feeling him. And I like that boy. What's his name? Akeem? I can't remember.
African Dream? He's a real brother. You did? Ain't no counterfeit like that, Coco Beware.
For sure, Jesse. Oh man.
Candace Parker is leaving the Los Angeles Sparks and headed to play for her hometown, Chicago Sky. That's big, big, big.
That is big
WNBA news.
Let me ask you a question, a little WNBA, a little women's basketball question. Mm-hmm. Is Diana the best you've ever seen?
Absolutely.
No question. No question.
Not even close.
So
Diana's one of the greatest basketball players I've ever seen, male or female.
Shamiqua's not in that conversation?
I didn't see Shamiqua live. Like, I didn't watch Shamiqua Holtzclaw. Yeah, no, I would. No, I wouldn't put her in the same category as Diana Taurasi. No, the only people I think in Diana's category are people who were like the Cheryl
Swoops
Millers. No, Cheryl Swoops is in the conversation.
Yeah.
Cynthia Cooper's in the conversation. But their time in the WNBA, like Diana Taurasi is a WNBA player, like a WNBA era player. Those other, like Cheryl Swoops, Cynthia Cooper, a lot of their best years came before the WNBA existed. Like they were playing in like other leagues and, overseas, and then their college years were extraordinary. And then, of course, they have the start to the WNBA where the Houston Comets won 4 straight WNBA championships.
Yeah.
And that team is loaded with Tina Thompson, and Dawn Staley is eventually on that team. But no, for me, Diana Taurasi is the greatest player I ever saw, and Maya Moore is second.
Maya Moore. So Candace isn't there.
She's not. No. I don't like, if I made like a real list of the greatest WNBA players, I'm sure, like, I don't know where Candace would be, but I don't even think she would be third. She's definitely not first or second. Not for me.
And I don't disagree. I don't disagree with Diana Taurasi. What do you think about my girl Elena Delle Donne?
Dude, she's bad. Dude, she is different.
I like
Elena
her because she is about
man.
buckets. Elena gets buckets.
She is different. Like she's like, if we could sign Elena Delle Donne to the Kings, dude, I would do it. Like, she is everything that the Kings desperately need, dude. I mean, she's a league MVP, for goodness sakes. Like, she's such a unique story too, because she was committed to UConn, and she has, I think it's a sister with a disability, and she wound up not wanting to go to UConn anymore, which Gino like held against her, I think, to this day, because they would have won. I don't think they ever would have lost a championship if Elena Delle Donne had wound up going to UConn.
Was it Delle Donne and Breonna Stewart would have played together?
Yes.
Huh.
Yes. Yep. They would have. They would have been untouchable. Yeah, they would have been untouchable. And then Delle Donne wound up going to Delaware, and then she's dealt with like this Lyme disease that like knocks her out, like completely out. And she obviously didn't play in the bubble for health reasons, or the wubble for health reasons. But dude, she's a bad one. Like, she is nasty. Like, if the Kings could sign her right now, dude, Kings fans would be elated at what she could bring.
And see,
I don't know how it would translate, but in terms of what she has, like, she's bad.
And as I go down this, this rabbit hole, we got people on the chat talking about Lisa Leslie. She's an all-time great, obviously, what she did in WNBA, Olympic, and USC. But man, there are some ball players out there right now. You got Asia Wilson, she's doing her thing.
Breonna Stewart still. Dude, Breonna Stewart's now a league MVP.
And excuse me for blanking on the name, but my rookie that's with the Liberty that came from Oregon.
Ionescu, Sabrina Ionescu.
Oh my gosh, she's a beast. And then I don't know if she's considered one of the best, but I love my girl Liz.
Dude. Liz is phenomenal.
A problem.
Yeah.
Liz is a problem out there.
Yeah, she
I
is.
follow Liz on Instagram. That's a wild soul, right?
Everybody follows Liz on Instagram, and if you don't,
she's a wild soul.
And if you don't, you should. Like, everybody follows Liz on Instagram, and 90% of NBA players have a little crush on Liz Cambage, because she's different. She's a spirit. That's a great way of putting it.
That's a wild girl.
She's a spirit, man, and she is a bad ball player. And Vegas next year, watch out.
And you know what it is, Damien. You already know the rules on here. We don't talk about black NFL coaches, and every time we talk about the WNBA, we have to say what?
Bring the Monarchs back.
Come on now.
Yep, bring the Monarchs back. Well, what Kenny meant is we don't talk bad about NFL.
Yes. They're all perfectly fine.
Yeah, they're even Anthony Lynn. They're who made some questionable.
What's my man's name? And Hugh Jackson.
Hugh Jackson, yes. So 0-16, big deal.
Even Romeo. Dan
Campbell was on the 0-16 Detroit Lions, and he's biting off kneecaps now. He's in good shape.
Romeo Cornell is fine.
Romeo Cornell. I feel like Romeo is like the NFL's version of JB Bickerstaff. You know how JB Bickerstaff always winds up with an interim head coaching job? Like somehow, some way, JB Bickerstaff is going to be the interim head coach of a team. I feel like that's the case for Romeo Cardell. Romeo Cardell has probably had as many interim head coaching jobs as he has actual head coaching jobs.
Yeah.
God bless him, man.
Hire Marvin Lewis too, by the way.
I mean, for real though.
Yeah. No,
Where is
seriously.
Marvin? Marvin's somewhere. Is he with Herm? I think Marvin. No, Hugh Jackson is. No, Marvin Lewis is
Where
with
is
Herm
he?
Edwards. I
He
think.
might be.
He's like
Yeah.
a special
Yeah.
advisor.
Yeah. No,
So Herm-
dead serious. Like he should get another shot.
It's wild that he's. I mean, I understand. I made my Marvin Lewis jokes. Like,
Oh, he should have been gone a long time before.
my favorite,
he was in Cincinnati.
like his agent is clearly God, because he just was incapable of losing a job, and no agent in any agency is that good. So it had to be, like God coming down and negotiating his contracts with the Cincinnati Bengals. But like not coaching the league again? Like,
Come on, bro.
okay, like wait a minute. I mean, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. And he took a team that was just a horrible,
franchise.
just a terrible franchise.
Yes,
In so many different aspects, and made them respectable.
absolutely.
And so, pardon me for asking this question, but who can come in here and do that with Sacramento?
Oof.
Like, who can come in here and say, you know what? I know that this team has been an absolute disaster for the last 16, 17 years. And, we're finally, in my opinion, at least, we're finally getting a clean reset. I think for the first time since Vivek Ranadive has purchased the team, I think we're finally getting that clean reset with Monty McNair.
Mhm.
Who can fix this?
Eric Bieniemy.
Eric, okay, I'm with that. Eric
No,
Bieniemy can
seriously.
fix it.
Maybe it's Sam Cassell.
I'm with it.
Maybe it's Sam Cassell. Thank you, Bryce. Bryce said Kenny Caraway.
I mean, at this point,
Thank you, Bryce.
hell, maybe Marvin Lewis can do it. He did it with Cincinnati. Can we bring Marvin Lewis in? Well, the Kings don't need any more special advisors. God knows they've had enough of those.
This is true. We have. This isn't. Well, go ahead. Finish your thought. Because
I was just gonna say. I was just gonna lead back into that. Is who can fix this? Because I mean, I know we're excited about Tyrese Halliburton, and we're excited for the game tonight. But so many of us are. Well, we're just evaluating this year, or we're just developing this year, and it's like, well, at what point? Like, I don't want to be I don't want to do this for 3 more years.
No.
I want to see this. I want to see signs that this team is starting to turn. I want to see signs that this franchise, not just the team, but like the franchise as a whole, because maybe it's not this team, maybe it's not this roster.
Right.
I want to see signs that we're headed in the right direction here, and we're no longer going to have to be the Bengals, if you will, to bring the conversation full circle of the NBA.
Well, quite possibly. They need somebody. They need an injection. All right, of somebody to come in here and change things up. Hey, maybe somebody at Duke wants to come in and coach this team. And I ain't talking about Coach K. I'm talking about the other Coach K.
There you go.
That Coach K. Not
hashtag,
the rude Coach K.
I'm confident. I don't know. Like that's an interesting one. I've always believed that Kara could be a head coach. Like when she took the job in Boston, I was confident she's going to be a head coach in the NBA. I don't know that she's going to be first. I didn't think she was going to get a job before Becky. I think Becky's going to be the one to get that honor and deservedly so, given how much time she's put in at San Antonio. But knowing her, knowing the way she works, and knowing how highly the Boston organization thought of her and how highly Brad Stevens thought of her, I said the day she got hired, she will be a head coach in this league. That's not a biased opinion. That's an opinion based on knowing her and knowing her work ethic and knowing what type of person she is. But her focus is on Duke right now. Her focus is on, working with young women and working in the college game. So I do think there's probably going to be a time where she's still young. I still think there's going to be a time where I think she's going to be back in the NBA at some point.
Absolutely.
And who knows? Maybe it will be in Sacramento. Who knows what the landscape of the league will look like in a few years? But her focus is definitely on Duke, and I don't want to wait that out. So can we have a more immediate response to who could come in and fix things?
Well, Damien, in related news,
Uh-oh.
I'm a college basketball degenerate, right? And I was watching my college basketball. I've actually been a little off on college basketball this year. College sports in general has just been too disjointed for me. It's been extremely disjointed. I haven't liked any of it. So I haven't watched as much college basketball as I normally would. But did you see that the schedule is out for the G League bubble? And
I actually
did. Ignite, they're going to be on ESPN too. And you already know how I feel about a one specific player on the Ignite, my main man, Jalen Green. Jalen Green is the only reason I'd be like, hey, if we keep losing, we keep losing. Don't give a damn.
So,
if it gives us the opportunity to get him, that's the case. So they're going to be on TV. Everybody's going to get a chance to see him. I know before it had been mentioned that maybe it wasn't going to be televised, but now they've got a bunch of games. They got the schedule out for a bunch of games that are going to be on ESPNU for that bubble and that G League select team, the Ignite that they have down there in Walnut Creek.
okay. So
And I'm watching.
So what can fix the organization? What can
Jalen Green?
So it's a player. It's a talent.
It's a player. It's a player.
Okay.
I need one more guy. One more guy. They're missing a guy, preferably on the wing.
How much of this current roster, if we looked at the next, obviously the rest of the season, let's look at next year. So Monty McNair's first full years as the Kings general manager. We believe the first 2 years in which he has complete control.
Mm-hmm.
This roster that we're seeing right now, the roster that we're going to see in 90 minutes on the floor at the Amway Center in Orlando, it's gutted, right? And take Woodward and Ramsey out of the equation because we don't really get to see them. Let's take them out of the equation. Talking about the guys that we see, the 9 to 10 man rotation, like this, it's gutted, isn't it?
So when I think of gutted, I think everybody but like 1 or 2 people. I don't think that's the case.
Okay, because I'm kind of thinking along the same way. De'Aaron, clearly, we know exactly. You may have questions about how Monty McNair feels about everybody on the roster except for 2. De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton. Because there's no way he drafted Tyrese Halliburton and is getting 16 games into the season and thought, damn it, this didn't work out.
Facts.
No, like he's a genius. Like it's been brilliant. Everything else, though, including number 35.
See, I don't think so. I think 35 is part of the future. And I don't think you got
I
that.
think so, too.
Mm-hmm.
I just wouldn't be surprised if he wasn't. That's what I'm saying. I don't know that he's a pillar yet.
By the end of the season, I'd be surprised because I think he's going to. We've already with more minutes and more opportunity and getting more comfortable with playing after not playing for almost a year. Mm-hmm. I think he's going to look at some. Okay, we got something here.
Okay,
but I understand. I do understand what you're saying. But I think by the end of the year, we'll look at him as a pillar.
Well, I think it's worth like what does he look like? I think we talked about this yesterday. We've seen improvement. We've seen markers of improvement through these 16 games, and we've all have gone back to the same thing. He hasn't played basketball in a really, really long time, and he even, he has just been playing incredibly inconsistent basketball even before last January, right? So, we look at this and, we can find markers of improvement. We can see things that he's doing better, and now he's going to have to deal with this wrist thing. And Luke says, he's good to go. He's going to play. He's going to play his regular minutes, but the truth is he's probably going to have to play through some pain. That's frustrating to know because there's no way that a bum wrist isn't going to affect his shot. There's no way that an achy wrist isn't going to affect his ability to grab the ball out of the air, potentially block a shot, or different things like that. But we've seen markers and measurements throughout the year where we can go, okay, he's getting better. I think the Marvin Bagley we've seen 16 games into the season is going to look, I hope, significantly different than the Marvin Bagley that we've seen or will see 40 minutes or 40 games into the season. And then hopefully if we get this far, 60 games into the season. And I'm with you completely, but as I ask the question right now, I still think there's a question mark.
So you think there's 2 guys that are safe?
I don't want to frame it as I think Marvin Bagley isn't safe. I think there are 2 definitive pillars of the future of the Sacramento Kings organization. And it's De'Aaron and it's Tyrese, and that's it. They are definitive. Like put their positions in cement. Put their statues outside G1C if you want to. Like that's what they are. I don't think Marvin is that yet. Rashawn Holmes, God, we don't even know if Rashawn Holmes is going to play with the Kings next year.
Yeah. And
we don't even know if Rashawn Holmes is going to play with the Kings in April.
Right. I would have put Rashawn in there, but I agree. Like,
I would have.
Yeah.
Like personally, I would have. Like I'm a huge Rashawn Holmes fan. I don't know that Monty feels that way.
I feel like when you are able to get rid of Buddy Harrison eventually, or his contract runs out, and Corey Joseph, that'll free up a lot of space for you. Now, De'Aaron's contract is going to kick in. That's going to be like a max guy for you. And then you're going to have to make a decision on Marvin pretty soon. But when you talk about constructing a roster and having financial flexibility, that's what he always talks about. If you can move on from Buddy, if you can find, and I want Harrison this year and moving forward, but if you can, exhaust that contract at the very least, you'll have some money, you'll have some financial flexibility to do what you want without necessarily gutting the roster, if you don't want to.
Okay,
but maybe he wants to.
and
maybe he wants to.
And that's the other thing. If you're going to stick around, and we certainly hope that you are, Courtside with D'Lo and KC begins at the top of the hour. We'll be with you till 3 until 4, all the way up until the Kings and the Magic. 60 straight minutes of Kings talk. Luke Walton is speaking to the media right now. We know Hassan Whiteside is good to go. He is set to return tonight. He's going to be on a minutes restriction. I'll be curious to see how, I think it was a groin strain.
Hip flexor.
Thank you. Hip flexor. I think he said he aggravated it doing some extra cardio. It was either after practice or after a game or something. And so I'm curious to see how his involvement back into the rotation, even it just dawned on me. He's on a minutes restriction. Okay, to what though?
7 minutes.
Like, is he being cut from 10 to 8 or 10? Like, what is happening here? It just dawned on me. Like, wait a minute, he already doesn't play very many minutes.
Right. Yeah, play your normal minutes, son. You'll be fine.
Yeah, I think he's good. Hey, cut him loose, Luke. Just let him get out there and run those full 10 minutes, and we'll see. We'll see what winds up happening. I think what I was getting at, and I'm sure you're aware of this, and you were indulging me by talking about Jalen Green, is Monty McNair has to be the guy who starts everything. Mm-hmm. And if it's the acquisition, it feels like Tyrese has breathed a tremendous amount of fresh air into this organization.
I'm stuck on breathed. I think that's right though.
Breathed. Yeah, whatever. He's some fresh air.
I don't have any answer for you.
We'll be corrected on the chat for sure. Tyrese feels like it's weird to feel 16 games into his career. It feels like Tyrese is the guy on the Sacramento Kings organization. Now, outsiders will look at it like, no, De'Aaron's the guy. And they're, in that sense that you're not wrong, but it feels like every conversation we have, the conversation almost certainly we're going to have tomorrow when we take the air at 12 o'clock to talk about the game that's going to happen today at 4 o'clock. Tyrese is going to be a big part of the conversation, and it's going to be It's going to be because he played so well, or he made a key steal, a key block, a key three-pointer. In the case of the New York Knicks game, he did all three of those.
Yeah,
damn near in successive order. He certainly did them all in the fourth quarter. He did them all in crunch time of that game, which really helped the Kings win.
Yeah,
I feel like all of our conversations really start with what Tyrese Halliburton did in the game.
Nah, man, he is a game changer. He has infused a breath of fresh air into this organization and a belief in this organization. Like they immediately, what are 16 games in? They believe in Tyrese Halliburton.
Yeah.
Not only the front office, but the players on the floor. They believe in him and they trust
every fan listening.
Yes. They believe and we trust in him. And it's to the point where if he doesn't come through or if he has a tough game, like we're kind of surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Like the other night when they played, what game was that? I can't remember what game it was off the top of my head, but he had like 2 points or something. He took like 2 shots, and it was like, well,
Was it the Clippers game?
it was the Clippers game, and it was like, oh, what was that? Like, what?
Yeah.
Huh? Like we were surprised, and he bounced back. Didn't bounce back from that? Said I'll be better. Had a better game against the Knicks, and he's somebody that you can depend on, and he is somebody that I look at as a leader, a natural born leader that this franchise hasn't had in a long, long time.
Yeah.
And that's no shade on DeMarcus. That's no shade on De'Aaron Fox. I think De'Aaron Fox is a leader, but he's a different type of leader. He's not vocal. He's pretty stoic. And sometimes you need that guy that is going to galvanize people outwardly. And that's what Tyrese Halliburton is. You know what I mean? And I call him Lil Magic and all this other stuff. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was a leader. I'm not calling De'Aaron Fox Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, but Kareem wasn't the same type of leader that Magic Johnson was in that case. And in this particular case, Fox, I do look at him as a leader, but he's not the same as what Tyrese Halliburton brings as far as the outward energy and excitement and galvanizing and the talking and all this other stuff. And you believe in Tyrese. You trust in Tyrese already.
Is there a the trade deadline still, it's like 4, maybe even 5 weeks away. I think it's the
mid-March?
I thought it was the first week of March. Maybe it's mid-March. I feel like it's the first week, but it's not February. I'm so used to saying, coming up in February. No, coming up at the trade deadline is the phrase that I get. We've talked about, Lonzo Ball potentially, being on the move. That's a 1-year acquisition. JJ Redick, that's a 1-year acquisition. He obviously fits here, but at the time, in the place that he is in his career, he's going to want to play, somewhere else. But there are other names out there that you can probably look around the league and start kind of figuring out who's going to be on the move, who are teams going to get rid of, who are expiring contracts. And that's where I think Buddy Hield conversations come into play. I don't agree with it, but I think that's where Harrison Barnes conversations come into play as well. Mm-hmm. Again, I don't agree with it, but I think when you start looking at like Kevin Love, for example, Andre Drummond is an expiring contract. I think the Cavs are going to have their whole cap available. Like they're going to have like Jarrett Allen under contract next year, and that's it.
Allen and Sexton. That's it.
And Colin Sexton, right. And whoever they, draft. But, you start to look at those and goes, those guys might, some of those guys could actually wind up on the Sacramento Kings by the end of the year if Monty chooses to attempt to at least shed some of those contracts.
Yeah, absolutely. And, and you mentioned Harrison. And we talked about Belly earlier in the show, and Jason Anderson talked about, they're looking maybe for, them to go to a contender and get a late first round pick. And we were like, that's not going to be here. All right. Harrison Barnes, I think you can get a late first round pick for. If he was on the move somewhere. He's a guy that if he went to the right place, I'm just throwing out a team. I don't know if it's a fit, but like a Philly, you would look for, if you acquired Harrison Barnes, you would look for him to start. Be a starter on your team. So
Agreed.
That is one of the guys that could net you a first rounder. Maybe Buddy Hield does. I don't know, but maybe he does. I was trying to figure out what a trade partner for Buddy would look like and couldn't come up with a whole lot, right?
I don't know.
I thought maybe Dallas, but does he start over Josh Richardson? I don't know. Maybe are they desperate enough to give you a first rounder? I don't know. I thought maybe Indiana. I've been saying Indiana for a long time, and maybe the asking price, it used to be Victor Oladipo when I first talked about that, but obviously he's gone. Maybe the asking price is lower. Maybe it is just a first round pick, or they're looking at so they're going to be out of the lottery. So maybe that is what you get for Buddy, but I don't know a lot of landing places. Ironically, one of the landing places people have talked about for Buddy Hield is the team the Kings play tonight, the Orlando Magic. We talked about earlier, they're kind of lacking at the guard spot. And putting a Buddy Hield next to a Cole Anthony, maybe that's something you try to do. I don't know. But, yeah, it's you talk about this roster. You talk about moving on from it and what you could get back. There are some pieces there. There are some plays to be made.
And it's all trying to figure out, like, what does Monty McNair think? Like, we're all trying to get inside the head of someone we don't know that well. We didn't know about him prior to getting the job. We know only marginally more about him now.
He still don't talk.
He does, and nor does he need to. Like, when he's and when he does, he gives very little information. And again, Kings fans may not be used to this. Kings media may not be used to this. That's actually the way it's supposed to be. There's only one really successful general manager that I can think of that just like talks. He only talks to certain guys. It's Danny Ainge. Like, Danny Ainge, he'll tell you everything. Yeah, we tried to get DeMarcus Cousins. Lottie wouldn't return our call. We tried to do this. We tried to do that. He doesn't have any problems telling you about something like after it's over. But we'll step out. We'll come back at the top of the hour. We'll launch into 60 straight minutes of Kings talk. It'll be a little bit more focused, though, on the game tonight. You'll hear from Luke Walton. You'll get Kenny's keys to a Kings victory.
Yes, sir.
If you've never been with us for an episode of Courtside, we strongly encourage you to stick around. We think you're really, really going to enjoy it. And if you've never heard Kenny's keys to a Kings victory, I promise you, you're going to love that. But we're with you till 4 o'clock here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Okay, when you cut it, for some reason when you send it to me, it's only in it's only in one channel. When you cut it, okay, perfect. That way I won't have to do any editing. Yes, please. And just you could put the questions in Slack. Watch Kenny going. I'm about to go. Boom, full screen. Yeah. Get back to these comments over here. I saw someone a year supply of. Explain the serial connection to me. I need to know. Like, I feel like that's a podcast or something. What is the serial connection? I need to know what that's all about. Warren asked, do you guys think that Metu has a spot on the roster once moves are made? I do. I mean, I think that's why they're playing him. It's why we were talking to when we asked Jason Anderson, like, do you think we're going to see Hassan Whiteside? I mean, I know that he's healthy, but are we going to get some from true run out of Hassan Whiteside? And it's, I don't think Metu's minutes are going to completely disappear, though he was basically playing Whiteside's minutes to begin with, which was only, 8 to 10 or something like that. And the Kings haven't really been in any blowout situations since Whiteside went out. Yeah, I mean, the Clippers game got away from him. There was that first Clippers game, which was an absolute disaster. But yeah, I think he has a spot. I don't know what his long-term role is with the team, though. So we'll all kind of find that out together. I know I saw this was probably hours ago. Like, we've never done a stream that has gone this long. We've only done streams that have gone an hour. So I know I was too much. I know it. Kenny doesn't have controls over all of this stuff like I do. Like, only one of us can sign in. I swear, every day, like, this light over here is just like shining on my. God, I look terrible, man. It's crazy. Like, these. Ken Rudolph texted me after I did like my first TV appearance, and he was like, "Bro, you need to go get makeup because that light on the top of your big ass head is too damn shiny." And then he gave me a complex. There's my Ken Rudolph. I'm happy for Kenny, though. Ken's not Kenny Caraway. Ken Rudolph. He's a Bucks fan, so I know he's why exactly he's a Bucks fan, I'm not sure, but he's riding high this weekend. I'm very, very confident in that. Someone asked about the Royal Rumble. I know someone told us to make some predictions for the Royal Rumble. Man, I have no idea. I'm so like not caught up on what's happening. I told you my theory before. If you didn't hear it, I want Big E. Like, give me Big E versus Roman Reigns. Like, I'm down for that. I'm curious to see what they wind up doing with Goldberg and Drew McIntyre. I'm curious to see what they wind up doing. That we're talking about the Royal Rumble. We're talking about how to kind of be a little bit disconnected, but still try to figure out who's going to win. So I saw this. I saw Edge entered the Royal Rumble. So that's that got my attention, and I actually saw the promo. I watched the promo on YouTube he did. I thought it was really, really good. I thought he cut a great promo talking about getting into the Royal Rumble. So, but when like Edge versus Roman, I mean Edge would do a great match, but
What's the Goldberg thing? Is Goldberg in the Royal Rumble?
nah, it's Drew McIntyre. He's wrestling for the
That's right.
championship.
That's right.
I mean, you can't make Goldberg the champion going into WrestleMania again, can you? Because wasn't he the champion? Yeah, he was the champion going in last year.
That'd be big trash.
That'd be awful. You can't do that unless they think like we desperately want to see the Goldberg versus Roman Reigns match that was supposed to happen last year. Which if anybody from WWE is listening, we don't want to see it. We didn't need to see it last year. We don't need to see it this year. I gotta find where's our music? Oh, here it is. Hey, whoa, just a little tease. Can give you just a little tease. Shinsuke Nakamura win. Did he win? Courtside set to start at the top of the hour. 60 minutes of Kings talk leading in to the Sacramento Kings and the Orlando Magic. Kings
are
starting.
back, baby.
It's now their 4-game road trip instead of their 6-game road trip because of the cancellations with the Memphis Grizzlies. Are the Grizzlies back yet? By the way, no, they're not.
They had another game postponed today.
Yeah, the game against Chicago was postponed. So Memphis hasn't played in a month and a half, and the NBA is trying to figure out how to play an All-Star game.
Come on, man. Come on. What are we doing?
Guys, like, we're good. Like, it's nobody needs to see the All-Star game that bad. Come up with something else to put on TNT, and we'll put, hell, have players commentate Kobe's 81. That'll go over huge.
That would be big time. Have a mega cast of just the Kobe's 81. I'd watch.
There it is. Like, you don't need to gather all of these people up in Atlanta, for God's sakes, where COVID doesn't exist apparently. And Jason Jones on that was such a great point. Like, what if one of the All-Stars gets it and all the stars are out for 2 weeks or a week or whatever contact tracing takes because you had to do an All-Star game in Atlanta. And I'm sure
25 best players in the league just out.
I'm sure once you get to Atlanta, everybody will behave. I mean, what could go wrong when you get a bunch of NBA players?
What could go wrong? Shout out to the lemon pepper wings at Magic City.
Man,
in the chat, because during the break, we're still on, the Twitches and the YouTubes and all them. We were talking about wrestling during the break, and they're asking us in there. They're like, "How do you guys not have a wrestling podcast?" One of us does.
One of us used
and it
to.
ain't me.
One of us used to. That Relive podcast I did was if I can say so myself, it was freaking awesome. That was the most creatively satisfying podcast I've ever done.
I gotta listen. I haven't listened, and I talked to you about it. I said I got to get back. I got to get the subscription. I want to hear the Daniel Bryan joint. Then you do one on the NWO.
I did. Yeah.
Oh, come on.
I did one on the
NWO.
It was so much work though. Like, the episodes, I had to like it was a storyboard. Like, I would map out the episode, put the ideas for the sound together. Then I'd have to go put the sound together. And it's the only podcast, and I've done a lot of podcasts. It's the only one I scripted because I wanted to make sure it didn't get derailed. I wanted to make sure like I told the story of what we were watching. And so there were multiple stories all kind of tied in together. I'm super proud of that podcast. But the second ESPN said, "Hey, we're bringing you and Kenny Caraway on to do a show," I was like, "Well,
it's been real.
Relive is dead. Relive will be reborn at another date and time." But that was an incredibly satisfying podcast, creatively satisfying podcast that I love doing. And truthfully, in terms of a current wrestling product, I just don't watch it enough. I don't watch it enough
to keep up. There's a lot of shows, and they're to me. they're long. I like the SmackDown is 2 hours because I DVR. I watch it with my son, and we DVR them. That's it. May not seem like a lot, but that 1 extra hour that Raw gives you is just a
it's too
marathon.
much. Yeah,
it
and
is
especially
a marathon.
when you're DVRing it and you can fast forward through. Even if you're just fast forwarding through the commercials, it's only an hour. Like what, hour 40 at the most.
Yeah.
And even then, you can skip through a couple of things that you don't really want to see, and suddenly it becomes an hour 20. That's a lot more digestible than watching it live every Monday, and I think it's Friday on Fox. I can't remember the day it's on, but then you've got like NXT and AEW in the middle, and it's a lot. It's just a lot to keep up with. Yeah. Says the guys who will go watch a Charlotte Hornets Brooklyn Nets game at 4:00 on a Tuesday. That pertains
to my DVR.
You see, like that sets in a little bit more when this job. Like we can get away with a couple of minutes of wrestling talk a week, but if that starts popping up daily, we'll get a text message like, "Hey fellas, we got to jump on a group call here real quick. We gotta talk to you here real quick." And we tell people, "Hey man, a lot of sports fans love wrestling."
Yeah. Oddly enough, like one of our most engaged, I don't know how you say it, but like when we have a lot of engagement is when we talk about wrestling.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, you always find that when you do like these type of talk shows is, Kenny and I and our producer Jesse, we work, long before 12:00 noon to figure out like what are we going to talk about today? Like what's going to be our angle with the Kings? Is there anything 49ers related that we're going to talk about? Like what's the thread of the show? What's going to carry us? What will people be interested in listening to? And we'll come back from a commercial. Something will be said about WWE. Something will be said about, the Jeffersons or Good Times, or something will be said about some random movie that Kenny knows, a line to, and boom, there's 27 tweets about, a particular movie genre or a particular television show genre, or, for us, it's hip hop, it's music, like those things always, because sports, I think sometimes people engage with for sure, but I think a lot of times with sports, people just want to listen. Whereas when you get into like music or movies, people have like an emotional reaction to that. Yeah. Now, when you're talking about the Kings, people absolutely are going to have an emotional reaction to this. But when we're talking about like MVP candidates and could Steph, that the whole idea behind that is Steph back to MVP form, no one's going to have an emotional reaction to that really, because Steph isn't ours.
Right.
Now, if we were talking about Tyrese Halliburton or De'Aaron Fox, then it's different.
Yeah.
But, you want to find something that people have an emotional reaction to. And a lot of times it's wrestling, it's music, it's movies, it's stuff like that. It's great TV shows. Like I'm trying to find the next, what is the next TV show I'm going to watch?
Designated Survivor.
So Kenny's watching Designated Survivor. I don't think that show is bad. Like it's not bad. It is not bad at all.
I enjoy it.
It's not bad.
You said as it got along, like as I watch it, I like it now, but I feel like I'm going to feel the same way I felt about Scandal. I thought Scandal was really good for like the first 2 years, or first 2 seasons, and then I didn't even finish like the last 2 seasons. It was really bad.
You didn't finish it?
No.
Oh, come on. How do you give up? How do you watch a show for that long and then give up on it?
It got bad, Damien.
It didn't get bad. It got infuriating. Bad. Like I remember turning episodes off and being angry. Angry at like who? Like because there was like Olivia Pope she turns heel. She becomes like Hollywood Olivia Pope. Like she becomes the corporate champion. Like she goes full on heel, and it's like, oh, what is this crap? But it all comes full circle. You've got to finish it. How do you watch that much of a show and not finish it?
I feel like I watched the first 3 seasons.
Oh, okay. So you actually did. So I think there's still quite a few more. So wow, you gave up on it early.
Yeah, it wasn't the same show.
Oh, all right. That's fine. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM
we
West
always
Sacramento.
The same show.
KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, radio.com sports station, and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. There is no doubt about that. Sometimes we're a radio show. Sometimes we're a streaming show. Today, we're both. We're live, of course, here on 1320 and on your radio.com app. We're available on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook as well. And we'll make this quick note. as Courtside is set to begin here in about 3 minutes. The D'Lo and KC podcast, including all 4 hours of today's podcast, are available now for the very first time on Apple Podcast, Spotify, Google Play, radio.com, whatever your favorite podcast platform is. The D'Lo and KC podcast is available there for you right now. So if you go subscribe, please do go subscribe, by the way, and rate and review the show. Hit the little 5-star button. It only takes a couple of seconds, and rep your favorite podcast. And that's in addition to follow us on all these social media platforms. See, we don't ask that much from you. We just ask you to rate, review, subscribe. Just click little buttons every time you come across one of our pages.
We don't ask much. We just ask everything.
Pretty much. That's pretty much how it is. And I'm trying to think of if is there any non-Kings related topic that we didn't get to today? Because I've go ahead.
Who would win in a fight, Russell Westbrook or John Wall?
Oh, the beef. We didn't get to the beef.
Do you have any backstory to where this is coming from?
Yeah, you want me to the game last night?
Yeah, but no, I mean, like, did it just the way they were talking? I don't think that just happened last night. Feels like something had been simmering.
If it's further, no, I don't.
Okay,
I don't.
I mean,
if you had asked about
know.
John Wall and Bradley Beal, I might have had some backstory there. But
they were in love last night. Oh yeah, they got the handshake. Everything's love. Like, I miss you, bro. Did it? Like nothing. One didn't say I couldn't play with the other
because they don't have to see each other anymore. Let them have to see each other every day, and that interaction would have been completely different.
It was all good with those two last night, but Russ and John Wall, not all good.
Yeah, I just took it as competitiveness. Was it? You think it was something more?
So a buddy of mine, he said, no, that's real beef. He didn't really allude to like where it started or how long it's been going on. He's like, no, it's not for show. That's real beef. They got issues.
Okay,
I don't know.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, I don't look. I don't even know if that's true, but I'm throwing it out here on the Yellow Rose.
The Yellow Rose, yes, the Yellow Rose, 1320. What was your tagline?
We're your friends.
Yeah, I love that. I love that. I absolutely love that. I don't know what the beef was. I just thought it was two guys.
I don't even know why they got into it last night.
But I just think that's Russ wants to fight with everybody. Like, Russ literally wants to fight with everybody. That's all that I think it is. That's all that I think it is. It's D'Lo and KC here. We're live on YouTube. We're live on Twitch. We are live on Facebook. We are live on the radio.com app and on 1320. And Courtside begins right now.
Yeah.
And we are thrilled that you are here with us. The Sacramento Kings are back in action, taking on the Orlando Magic. This is the beginning of what is now a 4-game road trip, as the 2 games against the Memphis Grizzlies that were supposed to start the 6-game road trip were canceled Kenny, they were postponed on Sunday and Monday. So this is the first time we'll see the Kings in action since that game against the New York Knicks on Friday night. If you're just tuning in, we're live streaming on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. We are thrilled that you are here with us. Kenny's Keys to a Kings Victory coming up. Before we get off the air, you'll hear from head coach Luke Walton in his pregame press conference coming up in about 40 minutes or so. And KC, Kings looked good in a very different type of game last Friday against the New York Knicks.
Yeah, man. And they looked good in a game that their defense couldn't be exposed. You know what I mean? It was a situation where the Knicks, while Julius Randle and RJ Barrett are playing some decent basketball, and they got that rookie quickly who's playing really well as well. They didn't have the firepower to put up 126 or something on the Kings. And the Kings were able to keep it kind of in the scope of where they wanted it. And they got a victory. They got some stops late in that game that got them that victory.
Yeah.
So it was good for everything that they had going on. They knew because the postponements with the Grizzlies games had already been mentioned. They knew they were going into about a 4-day stretch of, no games. They could practice, they could rest, they could recoup, do whatever they had to do. And they needed to go into that with a victory against the Knicks, and they got it done.
Yeah, and it's impossible to not think of like what the ramifications would have been if they lost, because then you would have been at a 5-game losing streak at that point.
Oof.
And we talked about it with the Warriors, we talked about it with the Blazers. Unfortunately, the Kings have had a lot of blowouts that you can pick from. But one of the advantages to this difficult schedule of having to get back out on the court in the case of those games is you're getting back out on the court.
Mm-hmm.
You get your butt kicked, you're getting back out on the court. Now they went through that stretch where they lost 4 games in a row. Man, if they had dropped that one to the Knicks, and it was a close one for a while, if they had dropped that one to the Knicks going into this stretch where they didn't play basketball from Friday until tonight, and you had already had Luke Walton alluding to, we look at everything. There could potentially be some changes coming through. And he followed that up with this week, like, no, we won on Friday. There are no changes coming. Maybe some rotational stuff, but he knows everybody is alluding to the starting lineup. He knows everybody is indirectly asking if he's going to put Tyrese Halliburton into the starting lineup. And he gets ahead of that by saying, no, we like the way we played against New York. We're going to kind of stay with everything there. And so, I mean, it's an old it's an old sports analogy, partner, but they did stop the bleeding. And they were on the verge of hemorrhaging. And you didn't want to go into this stretch where, you're experiencing your first canceled games. You were in what was essentially, at least at the pace that the Kings have been playing this year, this was just a slugfest with the New York Knicks that they were able to get a win. Yeah, and kind of slow things down a little bit. Like, okay, we can enter practice. We can enter, which is something they haven't been able to do a lot this season. They can enter a couple of days of practice. They can have a couple of days off, and they can exhale a little bit heading into this 4-game road trip.
Yeah, and you always feel good coming off a win, no matter how they got it, no matter what they needed to do to get there. You just wanted the W, stop the bleeding, like you said, and get on the good foot. And now you go on the road. You got Orlando, who is kind of going through some things of their own. They're 8-10 right now. That doesn't tell the whole story because they started off as hot as 6-2.
Yeah.
So they have not been playing well as of late. And I think one of the wins that they have was the buzzer beater from Cole Anthony, where they were down by 15. They had scored like 33 points at the half or something like that. So they're struggling right now. But here's the thing that you have to fight if you're the Sacramento Kings. Orlando's struggling. And Orlando recently has had more success than you, making the playoffs last couple of years, whatever. So they're looking at the Kings coming in at 6-10 and just the Kings in general as an opportunity to get right. An opportunity to start to feel good about yourselves. Get in here, play well against the Kings, work on some things, get some kinks out the way, win the game, and now we can get back to our winning ways. The Kings got to get to the point tonight and moving forward where they're not looked at as the get right game. And the only way you do that is you got to start winning games. You got to start shocking these teams that think you're the get right game. And you got to get a little more physical than what they've been doing.
You got to put together a string of wins in a row. Like one off here and then losing one off here and then losing 2. That's kind of been at the pace that the Kings have been at. It's why they're sitting at 6-10. And I wonder, heading into this game against Orlando, is this like, with all of this time that they've had off, I would have wondered this on Sunday. Like if we were talking about the Memphis Grizzlies game, and I would have wondered the same thing Monday, is we saw them with their best defensive effort of the season, or certainly one of their best defensive efforts of the season, against the New York Knicks. And Tyrese Halliburton even said, I don't think it was post-game, I think it was just earlier this week in his media availability, he said, it's satisfying at the same time. It's frustrating. It's frustrating because you see how we can play. You see what we're capable of doing.
Right.
But we're not doing it on a night-to-night basis.
Right. Yeah.
So with this much time from that New York game, can they carry over that intensity that they had on the defensive end against the Orlando Magic?
I sure hope they can. And I love to hear that from Tyrese because, you don't necessarily play the results. You don't react to the results. You react to your execution. And just because you got the win and just because you play defense good in that particular game doesn't mean everything is great. Doesn't mean that everything is fixed. And I love him saying, like, yeah, it's good that we did that, but it's also frustrating because we haven't been doing it. And we need to get to a point where we're doing that on a consistent basis. And that's the first step that this team needs to take. They need to realize whether you win or lose a game, if you're not playing good defense, that should be the goal, to get better on the defensive end, become a better defensive team. Not that the wins and losses don't matter, but you have to understand, if you're focused on the execution, the wins will come. And I think that is kind of where Tyrese was getting at. Like, yeah, it's cool, we won, but it's frustrating because this is something we should be doing on the regular.
And I think sometimes when we talk about focus, we so often talk about the focus on the offensive end, when we've got to start having a conversation about the focus on the defensive end. And I think Luke Walton recognizes that. I think he even said this week, I think this was as recently as yesterday, where he was talking about we've got to spend more time in practice on defense. We've got to spend more time talking about what we want to do on that side of the ball, because I think pace, which is our favorite word in this city, in this fan base, pace, pushing the ball, getting up and down the floor, I think that comes second nature to these guys, especially with De'Aaron Fox as the helm, because if you don't keep up with De'Aaron, you ain't getting the ball. It's kind of as simple as that. Like, if you don't keep up with De'Aaron, your offensive totals are going to be anemic.
Right.
That can just happen. And it'll happen at a greater pace if you aren't taking the ball out of the basket, if you're taking the ball off the rim. Or as Tyrese Halliburton showed us on a numerous, not just Tyrese Halliburton, we're crediting his steals, but Hassan Whiteside's blocks. He's back in the lineup tonight. We saw Rashawn Holmes. Rashawn Holmes hit his career high in blocks twice, like in the last week. He had, back when they were playing the last week, I think he had 6 blocks twice in a span of a handful of games. That's his career high. When you're creating offense off of those plays, then that's where you're no longer talking about getting in shootouts with teams.
Right.
That's where you're talking about establishing ourselves on the defensive end and getting baskets out of it.
No, it is. I'm a big proponent of using your defense to create your offense. All right. Use what you do. Be solid on the defensive end, and your offensive opportunities will come. In the league, in any basketball, when you have to go up, you talk about getting the ball out of the net. When you have to go up against a half court defense all the time, that's not conducive to winning. That's not conducive to putting points up on the board. You got to be able to get those easy opportunities, get the fast break opportunities, get the 3-on-2, 2-on-1s, the delayed fast breaks, the trailer coming down, hitting the 3-pointer, whatever the case may be. You're going to have to score in a number of different ways. Hell, you get on the 3-on-2, it's not necessarily a score in the bucket, but, they do a lot of fouling. You're getting the bonus, all this other stuff. But when you have to go up against half-court sets all the time because you're taking the ball out of the net, it's almost a wonder that the Kings are scoring at the rate they are. Yeah. While giving up so much on the defensive end, the fact that they're still able to score is a testament to them. And much like
because
Tyrese,
they've been efficient.
Yeah.
For the most part, they've been efficient, shooting, most times 47+%. They've, I know I referenced this a lot. They lost a game where they shot 52%.
It's crazy. And it's like Tyrese talked about, it's frustrating because you see, if maybe you clamp down just a little bit on the defensive end, you have the offense to compete with anybody in this league. But you've got to take care of the defense first. Got to.
And for you and I and everyone listening, we're not at practice. So the question I'd ask is, and hell, if I'm Luke Walton, I'd ask this question too. I'm sure as the coach, he saw it a different way than we did. How did y'all execute it against New York? You can go back further. Look at the way you played to start the season. You executed it against Phoenix as well. They beat Phoenix 106-103 at the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
How were you able to do that? And then, give up 140 some odd points to the Toronto Raptors after leading by, how did you lose a game to the Raptors by 20 when you were leading by 20? Yeah, how did you give up 56% when you were shooting 52%? How are you the same team that did all of these other things? And it's one thing, the league happens. Like we saw, did the Clippers lose by 50? this year to like Dallas.
Yeah, to Dallas, yeah.
That stuff happens. For the Kings, it's happening too much.
Way too much.
And it's like they look like a completely different team against New York. Like we were trying to figure out, like, okay, they could win this game against the Knicks, but like, are they going to give up 120 in the process?
Right. Now
like, are they going to wind up beating the Knicks like 130 to 120 or something like that? A team that scores 100 points per game?
I would have lost my mind if they gave up 120 to the Knicks. And maybe a little preview of what we got to talk about earlier. They shouldn't be giving up 120 to Orlando tonight. Oh,
I feel like it's on the way. If this is your first edition of Courtside, man, we've got some good stuff for you. We've got the King's Ransom brought to you by BetQL. We'll let you know what the odds makers think of this game if you're into that sort of thing. Also, Kenny's Keys to a King's Victory. You'll hear from Luke Walton. We're live on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Of course, we're live here on ESPN 1320 and on the radio.com app. If you want to be a part of the show, hit us on social media at D1KC and at ESPN 1320. If you're in the chat, jump in, and we've got these phone lines available for you as well. 916-349-1320. It's Courtside with D1KC here on Sacramento's home of Kings Talk all season long. It's ESPN 1320.
Sweet.
Are they? It's I have the folder open. They're not. Hey, Luke Magic. There it is.
Can't do it. I can't say Kenny's Keys 5 times real fast. I can barely say it twice fast.
It's hard to say once. Kenny's Keys to a King's Victory.
Oh, no, that's crazy.
Kenny's Keys. Is this just one file?
Did the markers pop up or no?
I don't know. I haven't put it in a.
But I put markers for each answer.
Okay. Opening now. So this is if for those who are watching, you'll see that Courtside is a little bit more frantic because there are just certain things that, like our producer. Oh, you did Jesse, my guy. Jesse was cutting the Luke Walton sound. Yeah, this is going to be tough to pull off. We'll make it happen though, huh? No, because if you play it from your end, the stream can't hear it, and I know I don't want to dog our folks on the stream like that. So I'm. No, I think I got it. Let me keep moving here, because I think we got a couple of minutes.
The Serial Connection wants to talk cereal. First
Yeah,
of all,
I
let's
was
talk about why your name is a Serial Connection.
Yeah.
That's the first thing I want to know.
I didn't even know you could put markers in like this, Jesse. This is dope.
My favorite cereal is probably Trix.
Do you still eat cereal?
Yeah, I do.
Wow.
We have currently above our refrigerator, we have Fruit Loops, Captain Crunch Berries, and Honey Nut Cheerios.
Okay. That's a lot of cereal.
Yeah.
I can't even guess the last time I had cereal in my house.
Yeah, we still eat it around here. I mean, we have an 8-year-old, so that helps. But
Yeah, no, for sure. Fruity Pebbles, Jesse
They get
is
too
waiting.
salty.
Fruity Pebbles, the best cereal of all time.
Yep, Crunch Berries, guys. Crunch Berries.
I just can't imagine eating cereal. It's been so long. Been so long.
Oh, that's a throwback.
I don't even know what that is. What is it?
Oh, Mystical and Christina Milian. Oh,
my
she's
gosh.
so fine.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Christina. She was a hugger, too. God bless her. God bless her.
Oh, man. You got to write a book one day.
Oh, dude, my book would be boring. But when you work in FM, you got a chance to meet a lot of people when you work in FM. I feel like this commercial break on the stream was boring. Sorry, guys, that's on me. Like I'm trying to get the Luke Walton sound, and Jesse's telling me to shut up.
And I was hungry. Hey.
Yes, indeed. Thrilled that you're here with us as the Sacramento Kings are back in action tonight. One of many games, no scores to give you updated on because the Kings are, well, they're playing on the East Coast. Normally we'd run down the scores and the high scores and who's racking up assists and who's doing all that. Yeah, the Kings got one of the early games tonight. I don't even know that any of these games are super sexy, by the way. Like, there's Pacers, Hornets tonight.
They got some games.
Pistons, Cavs. We've got the Nets, Hawks. I guess you got Trey, KD, Kyrie there. You got the Nuggets and Heat, which are interesting. Maybe I'm going to make a note right here. We need to talk about the Heat.
Oh.
Maybe when we do our power rankings and our bottom 5 power rankings, if you've never heard our bottom 5 before, maybe we should, because the Heat, it's not coming together for them.
No. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think they're going to make the playoffs.
I don't think it is either, which is why I think we need to talk about them, because there's 2 lists, and the Heat, they made one of my lists. Yes, they
that's
did.
what we forgot today. Now that you mentioned it, we forgot about it.
We'll hit it tomorrow, man. We'll get our Power 5 and our Power Lists rankings tomorrow. Okay, here's the game. The Lakers and the 76ers tonight.
Yes, indeed.
The 76ers lead the conference, don't they?
Yeah.
They're the Eastern Conference leaders, so you got that one. Bucks, Raptors, Celtics, Spurs, okay. Wizards, Pelicans, okay. Thunder, Suns. What? Ain't nobody watching that. Hell, who loves Russell Westbrook more than I do? I ain't watching that. Mavericks and the Jazz. The Jazz have not been given their just due by us. My sincerest apologies. They deserve it. They're playing good ball.
Woo.
Timberwolves and Warriors playing again, and the Bulls and the Grizzlies are the lone game tonight that has been postponed. And then, of course, the one that we're all here for as the Sacramento Kings and the Orlando Magic. Kings back in action. First game since Friday. And I don't even know how to measure this. Like you mentioned this a moment ago, KC, about Orlando, the start, 4-2 to start. I think they were 4-0 to start. Lost a couple, 6-2, and now they're sitting at 8-10. And you and I have had conversations about this is a team that they're good. The parts are good, but a lot like the Kings, like they're missing something that they need to take them to the next step. They're missing something that's going to take them out of the 8th seed and make them more competitive with the teams kind of into, like, there's no reason for me that Orlando shouldn't be competitive with like Indiana.
Right.
I get they're not Philadelphia. I get they're not Boston. They're not Milwaukee, but I mean, Indiana, like they can, and I didn't throw Brooklyn in there, but Brooklyn, is in that upper echelon too. But when we're talking about the 5-6 range, like Orlando, I believe is talented enough to be there.
Yeah, and when I look at Orlando and I try to figure out why they haven't been able to make that leap, I tend to go to the guard play, and they don't have a big time playmaking guard. If I just look at the what do they call them, the not historic numbers, but the
traditional numbers.
Traditional numbers, whatever. They have
the
another
non-advanced stats.
Yeah, they have another little smart aleck way of calling these numbers nowadays anyway. But they got Aaron Gordon right now leading the team at 4.4 assists a night. Aaron Gordon, he's a power forward. They got Vucevic. Yes, Vucevic.
We've been screwing that name up all day. Like, I've been trying to avoid saying it as we're talking about the Magic.
Nikola Vucevic.
Our smart-ass producer is going to get in our ear and go, that's not how you say it. He's going to phonetically spell it 14 times on our communication tool. Like, whatever, Jesse.
And they hit us up in the chat now, too. They on us on there, too. But anyway, he's leading the team with 1.2 steals a game. Where were your guards? Where are your wing players?
So is this a okay? Now let's bring the Kings into this part of the conversation. How many times prior to the Knicks game did we talk about, or how many times that they had given up a phenomenal sum of points to the opposing backcourt? Whether it was Chicago, whether it was Toronto, like we went team by team. I mean, there were backcourts that thrived against the Sacramento Kings. Yeah. So is our benchmark, like we talked about with the New York Knicks a moment ago, our benchmark with the Knicks was, okay, it's cool if they win, but if they give up 120 to the Knicks, there's still a deeper discussion that we have to have about this team.
Yes.
If their guards who have been there, being the Orlando Magic, if their guards who have been lackluster all year get right tonight to steal one of your favorite lines, are we addressing like a problem with the Kings and their backcourt defensively tomorrow?
No, absolutely we are. Absolutely. And I don't mean this in any disrespectful way to Cole Anthony, Evan Fournier, or Terrence Ross, but they should not be going off against the Kings tonight.
And all those guys are good players.
Yes.
They're good, but they're good NBA players. Like they're not like, Victor Oladipo and Malcolm Brogdon. They're not guys like that. They're not guys like they're certainly not, the scoring caliber of Kobe White and Zach LaVine that we saw earlier this year. And with, when Chicago gets the opportunity to play, we've continued to see it with Zach LaVine and Kobe White. It wasn't just the Kings that those two lit up. Yeah. If we see a combination of those guards that you just named walk away with a combined, 60 points.
Come on, man.
And what happens? Like it happens regularly against this team.
If it happens tonight, though, we that might be a stop the damn music game for me if they give that up.
Oh, a stop
to these two.
We haven't had a stop the music game in a while. We haven't had a stop the music game for the Kings. I think it's different,
they played a couple of games on Friday. That's why.
That's true. That's true. I think sometimes we just get resigned to, we know the Kings are gonna lose them. If you're not familiar with the stop the music game, it's quite an experience. We only had one during the NFL season, and it was
Niners,
entertaining.
Dolphins. That game.
It was entertaining and very memorable for those who had tuned in at 12 o'clock and heard the actual stop of the music.
Kings haven't got me there, at least during a weekday.
There
was a couple Fridays when I said, they're lucky we're not on tomorrow.
Yeah, there have been a couple of games this year where you just look and you go, oh, man, like, okay. Portland, I think, the Portland blowout was a Friday night.
Portland blowout. The first Clippers game was atrocious. Atrocious.
So who did the Kings play Friday night? Is it Toronto? The Toronto Raptors the Toronto Raptors of Tampa?
Yeah, they played him on Friday. And I remember that game. That game was so weird because, like you mentioned before, they were up 20. And then Toronto they wouldn't miss. Yeah. Van Fleet was just turned into Steph Curry. Yep. And it was crazy. That one almost had me like scratching my head more than really being upset about it.
We should know a couple of other things. I think we mentioned Hassan Whiteside. He'll be on a minutes restriction tonight, but he will be back in the lineup. Another thing that we should talk about is Marvin Bagley. Luke Walton acknowledged yesterday that Marvin Bagley is going to be playing through some pain with his wrist. If you watch the games close enough, you see what is now termed the NBA cool-off area, where they're kind of away from the bench. It's where you don't have to wear a mask. You'll often see, Marvin sitting over there with his hand wrapped. I assume it's wrapped in heat, but I that's just an assumption on my part.
It's like a heating pad.
Yeah, and it's just I don't think Luke diagnosed the injury. It just says it's bothering him. It's nothing that's going to get worse. He's just going to be playing through some discomfort, and that's going to be difficult when you're a basketball player. It's not like you can avoid your wrist.
Right.
You know what I mean? And you look at some of Marvin Bagley's shooting percentage totals lately, it's like, okay, I guess it kind of makes sense. But he's going to be, while he's on the floor, which is a positive for, a guy who's dealt with so many injuries, he is going to be dealing with discomfort. He won't acknowledge it. By the way, if you've followed any of Marvin's press conferences after practices and in the media availability, he gives a couple word answers. How's the wrist? Is it hindering you? Man, I'm all good. I'm fine.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. He doesn't elaborate on it anymore. So Luke elaborated a little bit more yesterday, just saying he's going to be playing through some pain and he's going to be playing through some discomfort.
Yeah, and I want to tip my hat to Marvin, just a little bit, because there was a lot of talk about him being soft, being made of porcelain, all this other stuff. And he's clearly, I mentioned it maybe we mentioned it on the show about a week or two ago, where it just, he banged his wrist and, he's always shaking at it or whatever and trying to go through some stuff. And he was playing through it, though. He was playing through it. What are we at? This will be game 17 straight. We're trying to get to 22.
We're trying to get to 22. Yep.
So he's playing through it, man. And I'm all for that, man. I'm all for that. A little toughness from him. It never hurt nobody.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's toughness. Toughness. That's a word my partner, Kenny Caraway, has used a lot when describing this team. Normally, it's preceded by the two words lack of. So it's nice that you talked about a player there in Marvin Bagley having toughness. Now, maybe I don't think anybody questions Tyrese Halliburton's toughness. I think if we could see that resonate through the rest of the roster, you'd be a happy guy.
Absolutely. They need some kind of toughness, some kind of physicality on a consistent basis, right? So the issue that I have is it seems like when they've had enough or they get tired of people talking about them or bad mouthing or whatever, they come out there and they get after it. All right. They get grimy. I always think back to that Pacers game. The Pacers game, Indiana started the game setting the tone with collisions on the perimeter, saying this is going to be physical, this is going to be grimy. If you guys want to even have a chance to play tonight, you're going to have to step your game up. And the Kings answered that. But I need them to be the type of team that Indiana was. It's like, this is what we're going to do. We're going to come out here. We're going to get in your face. We're going to get physical. There's going to be hands all over the place. What are you going to do, Orlando Magic, Toronto Raptors, whatever the case may be? And if they're up for a fight, then all right, we just fighting tonight. We fighting and playing basketball. And that's what I would love for the Kings to do. I would love for the Kings to take on that type of persona.
Impose their will.
Yes.
Get out there, dictate the game. Like we said about the New York Knicks game, the Kings played exactly the way the New York Knicks wanted them to. It was slower. It was more at the pace of the New York Knicks. It's just happened to be. I think that was the second night of a back-to-back for the New York Knicks.
It was.
Played Golden State the night before. Yep. I think they beat the Warriors the night before. And they played it. They played at the pace of the New York Knicks. They just played better and made more timely plays, led by, surprise, surprise, Tyrese Halliburton in the fourth quarter. Both
Little Magic.
Defensive end with steals, blocks, and then a very, very timely three as the game rolled along.
Yeah. He was big in that fourth quarter, man.
BetQL. It's got the Orlando Magic by 1.5. It's got the Kings ransom here if you're into that sort of thing.
It's
and
my type of bet.
You like a little extra sauce here in your game. Here's a couple of notes from our friends over at BetQL. The Orlando Magic favored by 1.5 tonight. It says Steve Clifford. This is an interesting trend. Steve Clifford is 24-9 when playing against a bad team. Okay. What constitutes a bad team? Well, I'm glad you asked. A win percentage between 25% and 40%.
Okay.
Steve Clifford, 24-9. This is just while he's in Orlando, by the way. Steve Clifford, 24-9 when playing against a bad team. BetQL has the Orlando Magic favored by 1.5 with the over-under set at 223. One thing that I've noticed with the Kings, though, as the season has gone along, and of course, it's a little bit skewed because the last team they played was the Knicks, the best defensive team in the league and the lowest scoring team in the league. The over-unders have started to creep like lower and lower and lower and lower, and now they have this one projected at 115 to 113.5, that dreaded half-point shot that we get in the NBA with a win probability for the Sacramento Kings at just 43%.
It's not that bad.
So,
I thought you were going to say like 16 or something.
No, not with a 1.5. It's not going to be that high.
Wasn't that the case against, I think, the Clippers the other night? They had like a 15% chance.
No, I think that was 11. I think it was 11% win probability according to BetQL from the Clippers. Yeah, that was a bad one. That was a frustrating one. And it's like, okay, this team has responded on a number of occasions this year. They responded after the Golden State game.
Mm-hmm.
They responded after the Portland game, but they lost. Right. So they I mean, I guess like what we said headed into the year, we want them to be competitive. We want them to fight.
Well, no, I was going to say, wasn't Indiana in between the two Portland games?
Okay, maybe
so
that's
they
right.
responded to the Portland game, and then it was like, all right, well, it was like 4 days later.
Oh,
all right, we got Portland again. What are we going to do? And they responded.
Okay, you're right.
Respect.
They responded to the first Portland game by beating the Pacers. Then they got blown out after that Portland game by the Clippers. I knew they were, and then it was the Pelicans game, and you and I pan this a lot. It was the Pelican game where we found our fight, but they lost 128 to 123, and that was kind of the midst of their 4-game losing streak there before heading into the New York Knicks. So the point I'm trying to make, even though I didn't agree with Luke Walton talking about finding their fight and trying to find some moral victory against the team, because if you remember, if you could take yourself back into that moment against the Pelicans had lost 5 straight, I think, at the time.
Yeah,
and it's why exactly. It's why you keep referring to the Kings suddenly becoming the get right team, or maybe not even suddenly, but remaining the get right team. And we've seen them respond. They had those 4-game losing streak. They responded with a win against New York. Now, can you build momentum? Can you build momentum heading into this 4-game road trip? You already got a couple of things go your way. Certainly you don't root for postponements, but this was a 6-game road trip. We even noted how big it was that the cancellations happened at the beginning of the road trip rather than in the middle.
Right.
Like, imagine they've got 5 days off, but they're in Memphis instead of being headed to Memphis, and then they've got to go to, Atlanta after that, or Orlando after that, or Tampa after that, or whatever. Like, they had a lot of things go their way, and it's like, okay, now can you build off of it?
Yeah, and as much as people look at the Kings as the get right team and things of that nature, I'm still one of those people where I look on the schedule, and while the Kings are in no position to overlook anybody, Orlando's not the Clippers, right? Mm-hmm. So if you want to, work on some things and kind of get out there and feel like, hey, let's play some good basketball, let's get a win, I look at Orlando that way. Orlando's a solid team, but once again, they're not the Clippers. They're not the Bucks. They're not the 76ers. So that's a team where you have a fighting chance to go out there and get a victory. And I feel like the Kings are probably looking at the Magic like, all right, we got a break with the 2 games not being played in Memphis, and, we got a little extra time. Let's use this to get off on the good foot. I think that's how they should be coming into this game, at least.
Yeah, and I'm sure that it is. They're certainly not going into it like, oh, let's just try to get out of here. Like I believe mentally they're going into it with with an aspect of, we got that game against the Knicks. We can start to build something here. And you don't, you try not to look ahead, but it's hard not to. You've got Toronto coming up. Toronto still hasn't quite figured it out. They're certainly better than the first time they played, record-wise. They've been able to string a couple of victories together over the course of the last week or so. But they're still a team that's not, they certainly aren't what they were. They lack depth. And quite honestly, as dumb as this stuff can be in sports, you owe them one. Because they made clowns out of you. Like, it's one thing to lose a game by 20. It's another thing to be leading a game by 20 and then lose it by 20.
Yes.
That's a whole different conversation, and you've got that coming up on your schedule as well.
Yeah, and that's something that you know how I am. I would have remembered that one. I'm
that's why I brought it up. Yeah,
yeah. So I would definitely want some of the Toronto Tampa Bay Raptors if I was the Sacramento Kings on Friday. So, man, I was talking last night on the Vibes with Jason, and he looked at this 4-game road trip and said, "Man, maybe it's a situation where you can come out of it 3-1, 2-2. I would love 2-2.
I would love 2-2. I hate when we do that. I feel like we set ourselves up for disappointment.
Well, we're not saying they're going to go 2-2. We're setting goals for ourselves.
I understand, but I'm going to steal a line from you. Orlando's looking at it like, we've got this homestand. We've got the Kings on the schedule. The Toronto Raptors of Tampa Bay, they're doing the same thing. They're looking at the schedule going, oh, well, at least we got the Kings coming through here, our homestand.
No, absolutely.
So I don't know what the opposite of the irresistible force, meaning the immovable object is, but it's
the resistible force.
Right. And the
Movable
completely
object.
movable object. Like that's what this stretch of games is for all teams involved. Because they, the best of the teams, quite honestly, of the ones that we just named, is Orlando.
Yeah, facts.
I mean,
Facts.
they don't have the best players. That belongs to Toronto. Toronto has it is Toronto. They just have no depth.
Mm.
Orlando has a good form of players. They certainly have the best record at 8-10 right now, and then you've got Toronto trying to climb their way back into this. Luke Walton knows that this is it's different. They were supposed to be on the road, but they're not, and or they were supposed to be on the road for 6 games, but instead they're on for 4. He was asked about that just about an hour ago.
I mean, the road trips we're pretty used to. It's the protocols that are different, James, that are taking some getting used to. It's the, for example, guys had to have their first testing done by 8:30 a.m. this morning. So, as we're trying to adjust the time zones, you still have to get up and do that for the players to get the test back before the game. So, things like that are what is getting used to. But, once you're in the hotel and you're with the team and you have a film session or a meal, something like that, that part of it feels pretty familiar still.
Absolutely can't confirm this, but it absolutely sounded like someone was operating a microwave directly behind wherever Luke Walton was speaking to the media a little bit over an hour ago. This wasn't the case versus the New York Knicks, KC, but it was in the 2 games prior. They had a really difficult time getting Harrison Barnes involved. He had 21 against the Knicks, and he was a big part of the reason that they won. But Luke Walton knows that this is a continuous thing that they have to stay on top of.
Yeah, it's a little bit of everything, Jason. For us to win and succeed, we need Harrison to play well and to be aggressive. So that's on me as a coach to call plays for him. That's on his teammates to look for him out there. And that's on himself to be aggressive. So we know that he's a big part of any success we're going to have, and we got to keep looking to get him the ball and have him produce for us.
It's funny, Kenny, and you and I think, are both guilty of it, is we notice when Harrison Barnes doesn't play well, or we notice when he's kind of quiet and not really involved.
Mm-hmm.
But we didn't give him, the just due when he was regularly scoring 21 points, 8 rebounds, 19 points, 7 rebounds. Like, we just kind of glossed over that because we wanted to admire De'Aaron or Tyrese, or all eyes were on, Marvin Bagley or Rashawn Holmes, tied a career high in blocks or whatever it was, and just ignored Harrison along the way.
He's the player version of Luke Walton.
Wow. Wow. That's probably unfortunately accurate. We blame him when something goes wrong and don't praise him when something goes right. I see what you did there. Well done. He gets the obligatory. Are there any tweaks or changes to the lineup?
No, the starting lineup will be the same. I'm looking at some things rotation-wise that we'll see how the flow of the game's going. I'm not just going to do it to do it. But, yeah, there's some things rotation-wise I've been looking at. I'm
curious what he means by that, because I wonder if that involves Metu and Hassan Whiteside and how those guys can play. I don't want to say at the same time like they're on the floor at the same time, but active at the same time as Hassan Whiteside is back in the lineup and Metu has played. I mean, I think he's done well with his minutes.
Yeah, he's solid. I feel like Metu's minutes are gone now with Hassan Whiteside back. That's how I would be looking at it, especially since Luke in the last week and a half, 2 weeks has really cut down the rotation. As far as, I feel like he plays like 7 guys. It's probably really about 9,
no, he still plays 9. He just plays them far less minutes.
Yeah,
like
they
Corey
get like
Joseph,
6 minutes.
Yeah, Corey Joseph is playing in the teens versus, at the start of the season, he was playing well into the 20s.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So with that being said, I mean, I don't see the minutes for Metu. We talked about Hassan Whiteside and, and having him on a minutes restriction from his 10 minutes that he normally gets. I mean, 10 minutes. There you go. There's your bench big minutes right there with Hassan Whiteside. I don't see where another 5 minutes or so come for Metu. Plus, when you talk about how I think, say there are 5 minutes there, those should be going to Marvin Bagley.
Yeah.
That's how I feel about it. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we see Metu in the rotation anymore.
I'll be anxious. We'll keep a close eye on what the rotations are. I know everybody will be watching the end of the game, assuming if the game is close. Is Buddy in at the end of the game? Is Tyrese in at the end of the game? What combination winds up finishing the game? Because rarely is it the starting lineup,
Right.
because Tyrese is involved. You and I have talked a lot about the Orlando Magic. Luke Walton did as well.
This team's playing well. I know they haven't won, but they had a 13-point lead going into that first Charlotte game. They won by double digits last Charlotte game. They had Indiana at the end at Indiana that they turned the ball over late. So this team's playing well. And for us, just like the Knicks game, this team's big and physical. I think they're sixth in the NBA in second chance points, which for us really hurt us in the first half of the Knicks game, and then we did a heck of a job of bringing that physicality in the second half. So that's what we're looking to have carry over from that. There's going to be some different things our defense is going to have to adjust to tonight.
And they did, Luke, to kind of accent Luke's point there, they did a really good job in the second half against the New York Knicks defensively. It's ultimately what led them to a victory, but they also played well on the offensive end. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
We've seen them, like, there was this weird phenomenon before the Knicks game that you and I just kind of noticed, and I mean, Kings fans all over the place noticed. If they really locked in on the perimeter, they were getting destroyed in the paint.
Yeah.
If they tried to guard the paint, they were getting destroyed on the perimeter. It's like they couldn't figure out a way to run a defense that protected both, protected the whole basketball floor. It's like, look, you can pick one or the other.
Right.
Like, which
You're
one
not
do you want us
getting
to do
them
here?
You're not getting them both. Don't even think about it.
The New York game, they were able to protect both, probably for maybe the second or third time all year.
Yeah, they were. And I mean, there was a matchup thing there that kind of helped them out with Julius Randle and Mitchell Robinson being out there. It allowed them to have Bagley and Holmes in there at the end of the game. We'll see how that's able to go moving forward. But I look at what I saw at the end of that game defensively, and I think that is the group that you finish with. I think it's Fox, Halliburton, Harrison Barnes, Bagley, and Rashawn Holmes. And I want to see if that is something that he trusts more, or if it's a game-to-game situation, personnel to personnel, something like that. But I like that group that closed that game.
I got the impression off of what he just said, and he didn't acknowledge any specific lineup in that line right there. But I got the impression that he was. It sounds like any decision that he makes, whether it's starting lineup, whether it's rotation, it's a game-to-game situation, and it's in the flow of the game. What's your favorite player on the Orlando Magic again?
Terrence Ross.
No, the other one.
Oh, my man, Nikola Vucevic.
Yeah, there it is. Luke Walton was asked about Vucevic.
Yeah. Like I said, look, he's an elite 3-point shooter now. He's turned himself. I think he's shooting up over 40% from three. Like I said, he's hitting a lot of trail threes. So a lot of big man responsibility is plugging the paint in transition, being in coverage against pick and rolls, and he's really stepped his game up as far as being able to consistently step back and knock down that three, which puts added pressure on us. And then he still is a very impressive post scorer too. So he's a big physical player with a lot of talent, and he's one of the keys to our game tonight.
I'm thrilled that I, for some reason, have this stat in my notes: 47% on trail threes.
Wow. Good job by you. But
I don't know why that.
Down.
No idea why I have that. But when Luke Walton said that, I'm like, wait a minute, why do I have that note here? Like, this is spectacular. It's something that they've. Again, this Orlando Magic team could pop at any moment and really, really get going. Basically what we're waiting for the Kings to do, right?
Yeah.
This team is capable of doing that. One more quick note here from Coach Luke Walton, Kenny. He was asked what they worked on these last few days away.
Yeah, the first couple of days first day was rest, get some much needed recovery for our guys. Then it was clean up our own stuff. Then it was travel, and then yesterday was mainly based on a little bit of review, and then prepping for the Orlando game.
So we have Luke Walton's pregame press conferences each day here on Courtside. That's what Luke Walton had to say today. We've got Kenny's keys to a Kings victory coming up here in just a heartbeat. But, I think of everything that Luke Walton said there, the two things that really stand out to me. Harrison Barnes, it really feels like life or death with Harrison Barnes. Like, if he's good, Kings are winning. I'm serious. Like, if he's good, if there's life, the Kings are winning. Like, if Harrison's not and it's death, they're losing. Like, he seems to be such an important factor that we completely ignore on a night-to-night basis.
And I'll go a step further with that with Harrison Barnes. I feel like he's most effective when he is looking to attack the basket and he stays focused on attacking the basket.
Mm-hmm.
When he starts to drift off and take his 3-point shot, yeah, he can shoot it. But, he's one of those situations where if he hits one or two, he starts to fall in love with it a little too much. I like aggressive Harrison. I like the Harrison that is attacking the basket, searching out the contact, being strong, finishing at the rim. So I think that's where the key to his game is unlocked, taking that ball to the cup, being aggressive, going to the basket.
And I think, Luke Walton said as much a moment ago. He not only talked about getting Harrison involved, he talked about Harrison being aggressive.
Mm-hmm.
And he echoed exactly what you just said right there is we've got to get him to attack. We've got to get him to move. We've got to get him involved as early as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. So I agree with you, man. It is paramount that Harrison Barnes plays well for this team to play well. They just don't have a lot of guys on the wings playing well right now. You got Fox and you got Halliburton, and that's really about it. And when Harrison is able to produce, traditionally from the small forward spot, that's something that they need, and they have nowhere else to go for that right now.
I really feel like you just found a long way of saying Buddy's not playing well. And until Buddy starts to play well, like Harrison can't take his foot off the gas at all because there's no one to pick up the slack for him.
Yeah.
While it feels like
right.
Harrison through most of the year maybe has picked up a little bit of slack for Buddy Hield. Buddy hasn't reciprocated too often. The other thing in Luke Walton's pregame press conference that stood out was obviously his mention of the rotations and his idea that he wants to try a couple of things out. It's obviously nothing drastic. He's not changing anything to the starting lineups, but I think because he made that remark, we'll all be watching that. And not only that he made that remark, but because of what happened at the end of the New York Knicks game, which you applauded to no end. Buddy Hield getting put on the bench, after a defensive lap, Tyrese Halliburton going in and that kind of sending the Kings on their way. I think we'll be watching those end of game rotations just a little bit closer.
Yeah, I think you'll see a lot more. I shouldn't say a lot more, but I think you'll see more of Fox and Halliburton. A lot of the times you see Halliburton and Corey, Halliburton and Buddy. I think you're going to see a little more extended minutes for not only Fox and Halliburton, but Fox, Halliburton, and Bagley. I think you'll see a little bit more of that lineup.
That's an interesting juggling act because Corey Joseph is a lot better when Tyrese Halliburton is out there with him.
Mm-hmm.
However, as we noted a few moments ago, Corey Joseph's minutes, they're certainly not eliminated. He's still very much part of the rotation. Right. It's still very much part of what they're doing. But again, he's going into the high teens now and falling out of the mid to low 20s. Like his minutes are coming down a little bit. So if they find a way to do what you just suggested while still making sure he gets some of his run with he being Tyrese Halliburton, while making sure he still gets some of his run with Corey Joseph, I think you could get the best of both worlds there.
Yeah, and I'm not saying eliminate. I know you're not saying this, but I'm not saying eliminate Corey Joseph's minutes, but it's time you got three guards that you can rotate and work some things with. They need to be getting the majority of your minutes, period. But Corey Joseph's minutes should be filler minutes.
I'm okay with the minutes that he's at right now, though. Like if he's in the high teens, you want it lower than that?
Mid-teens.
Okay. All right. Well, if this is your first time listening to Courtside with D'Lo and KC, this is the absolute best part of the show as we get ready to wrap things up and go watch Kings basketball. Kenny Caraway gives us Kenny's keys to a Kings victory. KC.
Let's go, baby.
Can the Sacramento Kings make it 2 in a row
look at
tonight?
The graphics. Oh, I see that boy working on the graphics. You guys can't see it unless you're on the Twitch, but the graphics are looking saucy right now. They got me with the rock. They got me with them Loyal Roots shirts. Shout out to my boys at Loyal Roots. It's lit right now. But anyway, You talk about Kenny's keys to a Kings victory tonight against the Orlando Magic. I need to see them jump out from the start of this game ready to play. People talk about the 4 days off or whatever, and that could be something that is beneficial, but it's also something that could leave you a little bit lethargic, if you're not coming out ready to play. I need them ready in the first quarter, and not only that, but I need them coming out of the half ready to go, ready to get things going out there on the floor, because if they're not, Orlando's going to start the game off on a big run, and they're going to start the second half on a big run. Can't have either of those happen. I need the Kings, I'm going to just say it, they need to win the first quarter, and they need to win the third quarter. All right, so that's what I'm looking for. Next, I need the Kings to flex their muscles defensively. Yeah, I said it. Flex their muscles defensively. And I say that because this is a game that could be just like the Knicks game, where the Knicks, they weren't one of the top scoring teams in the league. Matter of fact, I think they were last in the league in scoring. Well, Orlando's not much better. I think they're third worst in the league in scoring. You're not facing the offensive juggernaut. I know we got our guy Vucevic, who shoots that ball as good as anybody. We got Aaron Gordon doing this thing. You guys know I love Terrence Ross. That boy can put him up, Fournier, all this other stuff, but you're not looking at a juggernaut. You're not. All right. And this is a situation where if you're solid on the defensive end, like they were in the fourth quarter of that Knicks game, you can take care of business. You can win this game if you're the Kings. So I need you, I'm going to just say it. I'm going to need you to hold the Magic under their season total, under their season average. If you do that, you're going to win. All right. Because you're playing defense, and you're going to turn that defense into offense, and you're going to outscore them. Last but not least, I need De'Aaron Fox to welcome Mr. Cole Anthony to the NBA. Fox, you're at the point now where you go up against these rookies that are starting at the point guard position, much like, say, a Dame Lillard did with you, or a Steph Curry or something like that when De'Aaron was a rookie. It's time for De'Aaron to get these rookies like a Cole Anthony and say, welcome to the league, rookie. I'm going to show you what real speed is looking like. I'm going to show you what real quickness is looking like. This is a different level. I need De'Aaron Fox to outplay Cole Anthony and outplay him handily. This matchup should not be close, and I want Fox to initiate him to the NBA tonight. So, you win the first and the third quarters, you win. If you're the Sacramento Kings, you lock in on the defensive end, you win. And if De'Aaron Fox welcomes Cole Anthony to the NBA, Kings are going to win this one, baby.
Okay. Should note a couple of things here. You want the Kings to hold the Orlando Magic under their season average. That season average is 105.5.
Yeah. Give me like 101.
Okay.
98. Let's get
Ooh,
greedy.
wow. You want to go under 100 for the second game in a row. Okay. I'm with it. I'm absolutely with that. And they're kind of a middle of the tier defense. This is going to be an interesting matchup for the Kings. It's not as dramatic as the Portland Trailblazers. Well, they're just run and shoot with you. It's not as dramatic as the slow, plodding, defensive-minded Tom Thibodeau New York Knicks. They're kind of in the middle here. And they're a team that doesn't score a lot of points. As we just mentioned, 105.5. That's near the bottom of the league. So this is an intriguing one for the Sacramento Kings. We will be back tomorrow at 12 o'clock to recap it all. We appreciate each and every single one of you for being with us here today, whether you're on ESPN 1320, whether you're on radio.com, whether you're on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook Live. Make sure you search ESPN 1320. We're going to be doing a lot of live broadcasts moving forward, not just the shows, but we do podcasts, we do Kings Talk, we do post-game stuff. You never know when we're going to pop up. That's why you got to follow, subscribe, and do all of that different stuff. And if you miss any part of the show, you can check out the podcast on the radio.com app, as well as on Apple, Spotify, and Google Play. We will see you here tomorrow, and we'll head to Damon Ratto and Kolsky. Already in progress. Next on Sacramento's number one sports station, ESPN 1320.
Let's go, Kings.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Woo.
A little 4-hour show here, a little sore in the legs.
Man, that
made it though. It's good stuff.
That 3 hour, that 3 o'clock hour, that courtside is it is such a sprint. Because it's just so much one after the other. And that's why, for those of you who have been, kind of in the comments section, dude, Terramana time. That's legit. Let's go. Terramana time. Let's go. How do we make emojis? Bryce, you got to hit me to that.
Oh, we
How
got
do-
emojis up in this joint.
Can we make Kenny Caraway emojis? Like I'm down for that.
Shout out to Jazz calling the King soft. Thank you. All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Jazz. Okay. Okay. We'll just do this again tomorrow. We'll do the live stream again tomorrow.
Again tomorrow. Yes.
And
I'm
we'll-
all for it.
We've
Y'all
got
leave my puff vest alone though, man. Y'all know I'm looking fresh
you
out
look
here.
good though, man. You
I'm
look
looking fresh out here. Y'all hating on the puff vest. Come on now.
that's New York fresh to death right there.
Somebody didn't look like an extra in juice. I'm okay with
That's
that.
legit.
I'm okay with that.
That's legit, man. Again, man, thank y'all for jumping in, man, and having some fun with us. Bryce, I'm gonna rely on you when you're subbed. Yes, you get special emojis. Bryce, speak English, man. What are you talking about? I don't even know what Bryce is talking about.
This boy, Bryce's usage rate in this chat is crazy.
He's a Russell Westbrook of the chat. I know that's what you wanted to say. He's the Russell Westbrook of the chat. That's all
I was
right.
actually thinking Luka Doncic because
Okay. Yeah.
his usage rate is crazy.
Yeah, no doubt. We appreciate y'all, man. We're going to go watch Kings basketball. Thanks for hanging out with us. Partner, we'll be back tomorrow.
Yes, sir.
All right, my man. We appreciate y'all guys, man.
Y'all
Thank
take care,
you.
man. All right.